Yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. I don't like you, can't stand you. If it's up, then it's stuck, it's stuck, stuck, stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they press. Got your bother, they bother. Got your trigger, they trigger. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, swords up, swords up. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Let's go, start the show, symbol, we in chill, let's go, Avengers, assemble, 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 assemble. Lights, camera, action, we ready, stay ready, stay ready. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice.
Purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hey everybody, happy Friday. How y'all doing on this Friday? Make sure y'all hit that like button on your way in here. Hit that like. As you can see by the title, We are going to talk about Cuba Gooding Jr. and Omar, and how Jag pretty much spoke on them earlier last year now, because it's a new year. It's a new year. So anyways, his brother came out, Omar Gooding came out to speak on what Jag said about his father and his brother. And that will be a short clip. And then we will dive into, Shelly Carter, Allie Carter, and LaRonda Outlaw, which is Allie Carter's biological mother. And we already know Allie Carter's real name is Tori Outlaw. So we have a lot to discuss with that. So this will be a long live because I want to cover as much as I can on this Friday. As far as that goes. And some interesting things. Interesting. Also, continued prayers to those out in California and other areas that are being affected by either the fires or bad weather. And people have been sending me information for those that might need assistance in those areas. So I will be posting those resources to my community tab. And anybody else have any other resources, make sure you message me on my IG, DaniRobertson YT, and I will make a community post with all the resources or any information that y'all have that I can just post to anybody out there that's in Cali as just a community post, okay? People have been sending me different things. So I want to make sure that information is available and help spread the word on those, on that information. So let's go ahead and get right into it. First, Real Life Productions and Jag. I don't know what's going on with those two, but Jag did allude or insinuate or imply, should I say, that there was something unprofessional going on between her and Joker. Like, I don't know what that's all about. All I do know is that Jag is a 304, and I wouldn't be surprised because at BB Films, they had the same issue with her trying to sleep with all the producers. So it's, trying to sleep with all the producers. And then we have her at View It, and that's another studio production company. It didn't last long. She tried to finesse those people out of a lot of money, and then she tried to extort them out of a lot of money. It's weird. And now, of course, with Real Life Productions, she's acting like they owe her way more money than they actually do. She's saying that they should actually give her $50,000 towards a good legal defense team, even though they have referred her to 2 attorneys. And it was their money that got her out of jail in the first place. They paid $1,000 on a $10,000 bond to get her out of jail, right? Last year, I think around June-ish, and she got out of jail because of Real Life Productions. And of course, they also had her a lawyer, and that lawyer, the Cochran Law Firm, they ended up withdrawing as her lawyer because she's obviously a difficult client. And she's trying to blame them for her case being the way it is, even though before they got on, like before they were retained or anything, her case was already bad off. Yeah. And then now she has a new lawyer, and she's also talking bad about that lawyer. And I definitely made sure, listen closely, I definitely made sure they are aware of things you say about that organization, or should I say law firm. And so I don't know what they will do. So far, they have not done nothing as far as trying to withdraw from her. But so Jag is just press because those law firms have been unable to get rid of her charges, and she thought that she could just act the donkey, act the fool, go everywhere acting crazy, claim mental illness, and then get out of jail free card. And so far she has 2 active warrants, and they're still saying that she has 2 active warrants, and she's wanted and to turn herself in. Everybody is recommending that she turn herself in so they can get the ball rolling on the process, because how can it be handled if you're actually evading the whole police, and you're also a fugitive? And so if you actually search Dallas County, her cases will come back as inactive. That's because she's a fugitive. They're not going to have it back in active status until she's apprehended and her man hands are handcuffed. Until that man until that man is back in jail, they're not going to move the case forward. But yeah, so let's go ahead and get started on this because we have a lot to talk about as far as Allie Carter and Shelly Carter and her mom, LaRonda.
Well, I'm assuming he'll try. I can tell you what he won't talk about. His very close relationship with John Singleton. And Omar did a lot to get that role for Baby Boy.
Omar did a lot to get that role for Baby Boy. Let me tell y'all something. Jag will always make up something, pull out of her ass. That's why some platforms, I'm not saying any names, but listen closely, Jag. Some platforms are shading you and indirectly calling you out. But I'll be direct about it. I'm going to be direct about it. Okay? Some people are calling you out for not wanting to platform you because you don't have receipts. And the only receipt of certain things is, you know, they said something about the Diddy tape of him savagely beating Cassie. And Cassie has a lot of people corroborating her stories. Cassie's lawsuit was solid. That's why it was settled within a short amount of time. You, on the other hand, you lack credibility, you lack receipts, and you lack a hairline. And you look, even though, now Jag must have got some money, because when Jag got money or got some money on her hands, that's when she gets her hair done. Otherwise, she wears the hoodies. So she must have got that damn YouTube check. Okay, she starts eating out and she has her hair done. So I seen a little clip today because I didn't have time to watch her full video of her eating out and what her hair was on, and she was trying to talk bougie like she had a lot of money. So she must have got that damn check. So anyway, so that being said, Jag, so moving forward, a lot of platforms are not going to be having you, like serious platforms that care about their credibility and have incredible guests, because you're a liar, you're a known liar, and it's not a good look. That's why so far it looks like Atwood and maybe a small other channels are actually small amount of channels actually platforming you. Piers Morgan and some other platforms that have a high number of subscribers are pretty much going to avoid you. You're a liability. But yeah, so and then now it looks like you're messing things up of real life. The Blue Cows, at least the Blue Cows was allowing your piss puss ass to sit on their couch and contaminate their blue couch. They were being nice to you, like overly nice. Yeah, if you actually think for 1 second that Atwood is going to tolerate more than the Blue Couch, think again. It's just something about the Black community. Sometimes we tolerate more BS and bullshit and disrespect and a bunch of other shit than other people do. I'm for real. Like, when I'm for real. Some Atwood out there, while he's gonna be like, bye, okay. And he's not gonna be doing as much as real life productions. And what I mean disrespect, I'm not talking about people outside of our community. Let's be clear. I'm not talking about outside of our community. I'm talking about inside, like in-house. Somebody can come acting crazy at the store, and your immediate response is not like, oh, let me call the police real fast. You might be like, you better back off. Don't try me. But somebody else like, oh, police, help me, police. Like in 1 second, you know. So that's what I mean. In-house. Now, outside of the community, now you gonna get ain't gonna tolerate shit. Okay, won't tolerate shit. But in-house, you know, we'll give a little leniency sometimes, depending on who it is. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started, child. And what I can say about Allie Carter, Shelly Carter, LaRonda, I got a lot to talk about that. But let's go ahead and get Jag out of the way first, because hers is a short little update for Jag, okay?
Yeah, we have Omar Gooding coming in a couple days. You know,
really?
That's Cuba Gooding
That's
Jr.
interesting. And
6
he's
degrees
coming
of
here?
separation. Yeah, he'll be here.
What's he gonna do? Try to convince everybody that his brother ain't a Diddy 2-5?
I'm assuming he'll try.
I can tell you what he won't talk about. His very close relationship with John Singleton. And Omar did a lot to get that role for Baby Boy. Matter of fact, I was told by John Singleton's ex-girlfriend who ended up marrying a friend of mine. She doesn't remember. She was drunk. We were at a dinner party. But apparently there were things that Tyrese wasn't willing to do for John Singleton, and Omar was willing to do it all.
Damn. Hollywood.
Diddy do wop Bob. His brother
Allegedly.
did all that shit.
Jack says that everybody is a Diddy do wop bop bop. Okay, a mess.
His brother did all that shit. Everybody know it. Cuban running around here, playing radio and playing he get good radio. He get good dope when he wants to, don't he? And then he come back. Let me help you on some Jerry Maguire shit with it. Like he be. You know, do you remember when his dad died a few years back? It was a little odd because they said how they found him. He was high in the car. They found him in the car, drugged out.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they glossed right over that.
Wow.
A few years ago.
Damn.
Cuba Gooding's dad. You know, his father was a musician.
Didn't know that either.
Professional artist.
So she also spoke on their father and you know, gave her account or her, you know, version of why he passed away and how he was found and things like that. And I'm basically giving y'all a little background because, of course, Omar Gooding spoke today. Well, he been spoke. Real Life will record an interview and then they won't release the interview until like way later. So this is like they've been recorded it and they've been had it ready, but they're just not releasing it to the public.
He used his music ties to get his boys into Hollywood. And they spent time around Quincy Jones.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Who is a celebrity that you haven't done?
So now let's go to the current interview that was released today with Omar Gooding responding to Jag, okay?
On my side.
And
If
we'll
you
go
present
from
the question, we'll go from there.
So speaking of that, we had
He said in a minute.
we had to jump right into
In a
it
minute,
because
nigga.
there was a situation where we interviewed Jaguar Wright. She spoke on you, and you weren't here yet. We brought you in the following couple of days, put your interview out, and then hers out. And I think we had a conversation like, man.
Well, I think you put hers out before you put mine out. So I thought, oh, maybe you did her interview, and then it turned around quick, and then you put mine out, so you didn't hear the shit she was saying. And I was like, nigga, you should have brought me in immediately when she was. All right, so just to all the energy I'm gonna give to that because it was so egregious. It was. It was just I have a problem with y'all. We can move furniture if we need to. You got to check a motherfucker when they say something wrong. Yeah. When I be watching these other interviews, a nigga say something that's just not wrong and right in their opinion, but just factually wrong. You got to say, well, hold on now, hold on. Can we talk about what sense it makes? She made a statement towards my father who is deceased and John Singleton who was deceased. Neither one of them can defend themselves. We ain't gonna go there. We ain't gonna go how egregious both of those statements were. But then you want to just paint the picture that Omar Gooding is on some suspect shit, and I ain't been on nobody's list, and I never will. Period. You ain't gonna find me but they gonna release the list. Well, you ain't gonna see Omar on there. You might see Cuba Gooding Jr. on there only because I'm not Cuba Gooding Jr. Just because they're your sibling don't mean you was cut from the same cloth. You can have a brother or a sister that you don't really fuck with, but you'll kill for them at the same time. That's just how that shit works. At least when you're black. Yeah. We be like, no, I can say that, not you. You understand me? You know what I'm saying? So the situation that she said, I was just like, just fact check that shit. Yeah. She was like, well, Omar did some shit for the part and Tyrese wouldn't. But they best friends. They've been in 3 other movies together. That don't even make sense. And the they I'm talking about is Tyrese and John Singleton. They were thick as thieves. But they were on a different side. For me personally, just being honest, I smoked, I drink, I still smoke and drink shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not how he got down. That's not how Tyrese got down or John Singleton. We like, Pat, Snoop stepped right off the little bus that they pulled him up to do the scene. He passed me the ball. I said, my nigga, wait, nigga, we about to start working. Then he passed it to Ty and John. They were like, nah, I don't do this. They got all weird about it. I was like, all right. I saw the divide there for me. Now that's for me. If you don't do that, then I just don't fuck with you. That's just why, you know.
Behind closed doors?
Say it again?
Behind closed doors, maybe?
Behind closed doors, what?
They might, the evil that do.
Be specific.
About drinking and smoking.
Yeah.
Why would you say the evils that do?
Because, we're about to go into Diddy next, but go ahead.
Well, because, because, I can attest to somebody and how they treat me. I can't tell you what they do when they leave me. My brother, I love him to death. He's 10 years older than me. 10 years older than me. I gotta understand what that means. If you got a little baby brother 10 years older than you ain't taking around all your friends, and you ain't including them in all your that's a whole nother generation. He's pop locking, I'm rapping. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's it's a whole 10-year gap between the two of us. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is, So, but I know how he is for me. Like when I was, little and I'd get into some I'm gonna go get my brother. And he ran and chased down. You know what I'm saying? These niggas try to steal my little fancy bike I got excited about it. These motherfuckers chased me to the crib. I ran up, bro, he came running down. It was like, what, nigga, what are you yelling? Oh, and took off after these. And then
that's all I want y'all to keep in mind. If you forgot, a long time ago, I told you about Buick, the production company that Jab was at, right? When she was in Vegas studio. And Cuba Gooding is Cuba Gooding Jr. is on the staff, so that's another reason Jack has issues with Cuba Gooding, and that's why she came after him in the first place, is because she's mad at the whole Buick contract and how that all fell through. I mean, Jack was wanting a lot of money, thousands and thousands from Buick, and she was not even producing. Obviously, they would want a return on their investment. They had gave her a roach-infested apartment to stay in, so she had an apartment and things like that. They gave her some money, but she was wanting more money. But obviously, they weren't that dumb to keep on investing that much money into somebody that they were not seeing a return on their investment. Unlike BB Films, the previous studio, where they lost a lot of money. They gave her a place to stay. Actually, plenty of places to stay. They moved. She was in an apartment. She was in a house. She was at different places, and she didn't know how to act right at any of those places at all. At one place, she was just spitting everywhere, like on the carpet, on the walls, on the sidewalks, over the balcony, on the balcony walls. She was just anywhere. She just spit. She'd be in the shower spitting. It was just gross. And then she'll be loud as well. And let's be honest here, Jack should not be around kids, okay? She was at this house, and I think there was kids living at that house, and it was not a good look for Jack to be there. Her language, everything she just does all day and night was not a good place for the kids, for her to be around her kids at the house. And I'm pretty sure that's probably why they moved her to that apartment eventually, and then one day John, the owner of BB Films, called and said the apartments wanted her out of there. And she tries to blame YouTubers and everybody else. No, it's your behavior. Even when she was dating this guy named Sip from Chicago, she went to visit him in Chicago, and they wanted her out there. She was getting him in trouble with his landlord, and she was causing noise disturbances after a short visit. So again, everywhere you go, if you have issues, you gotta start looking in the mirror, looking at the man in the mirror, looking at the stud in the mirror, and say, maybe I need to make a change. It starts with the stud in the mirror sometimes,
Oh, motherfuckers took off running. I'm like, oh, my brother right there. Right? And then he walked back up to me. He said, what the f*** are you crying for? I'm like, nigga, I was happy until this, nigga. You know what I mean? Made me feel bad about crying. I'm like, oh, you right. Then. With me, we don't move like Gooding is Gooding. No junior.
There's too many Omars.
No, there's another timestamp. Shout out to Dani Baby for sending me the next timestamp. Now, somebody else, I won't say their name because I don't know if they want to be mentioned, sent me that first timestamp. The second one, I think she said 18 minutes. Let me go to 18 minutes.
And then lump them in with somebody as great as John Singleton. John Singleton made movies that had hidden messages in them that we had to interpret ourselves. My brother did a film called Boys in the Hood where he got up off the couch. He got out the car. He said, pull it over. Let me out. More brothers would have pulled the car over and said, let me the f*** out. More brothers will be here today. I did a movie where I'm the nigga that said, this punk ass, let me shoot this ass. that shot at us and killed him. Everyone clapped. So that's the role. No, it's the that didn't pull the gun because he saw himself on the floor. That's the message that John puts in these movies. But you want a little clout chase and you want to just slander two in one sentence. You know what I mean? Or say some shit that don't. You know what I'm talking about? But my mother and my father, to answer that, because I know you put that in there. Yeah, they were off and on for years, and it was great because they met each other when they were 19. And when I got, right before I had my first son, my father had a little powwow with me and my woman and said, y'all doing it different than I did it. I did it because we had to. Y'all were doing it out of love. Y'all ain't even married. That's awesome. I was forced to get married. And then I fell in love later. And that's the generation that we were raised by. You know what I'm saying? So I think, hats off to us for making it through that. Hats off to us for turning things around.
Okay, Dani, baby, if you're out there, I don't hear anything at that timestamp. And for the sake of time, I have to move on. But yeah, so that was his response, his brief response. I'm not going to watch that whole video, 2 hours and 13 minutes. It's only a short part about Jaguar Wright. Yeah, so one day she's going to get sued by somebody that's going to get sick of her lying ass mouth, okay? But most people know she'll have a pot to piss in. But now that she's monetized by YouTube, there's child support that she owes back child support. And Dusty, I hope you're paying your child support. Because I know you have, because I remember when I looked at your records, you had an older son that was like 16 or something, a teenager. I hope you're paying child support for that kid. And I hope you're paying child support for your 4 or 5-year-old as well. So when y'all get that dang on money, make sure y'all take care of y'all responsibilities. And remember, y'all got kids out here. Well, Dusty got minor kids that he needs to be out here supporting. Because if I look in those court records and I find out that you've been a deadbeat daddy, we're going to change your name to Deadbeat. Deadbeat, what's your new name? We call him Old Dusty and Old Dummy. We're going to start calling you Old Deadbeat. Old Deadbeat. Okay? If you start being out here trying to just not taking care of your responsibilities, running your mouth like you this big man. Being a big man starts with taking care of your responsibilities. Deadbeat Dusty is gonna be your name. I haven't looked at that stuff lately, but if I look at after they start getting those monetized YouTube checks, and I'm gonna look at that case and see if he's paying paying child support with some of that dang on money. Okay, don't be out here acting like you balling and flexing and stunting, and then you ain't paying that dang on child support. I'm just saying. Anyway, shout out, and yes, it is gonna be my business, just like they be all over here in my business. Anyway, shout out to Judy Coles. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Again, shout out to Judy Coles for the super sticker. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my 10th for free just by hitting the like button. So let's go ahead and get started with Allie Carter. Most likely I will probably get some coffee or something because this will be, please don't tell me this whole thing refreshed. And it did. Okay, now I got to do it all over again. So I don't know why my computer automatically keeps on refreshing. I made some updates to my settings and it still keeps doing the same thing. It keeps on like refreshing my browser to where I have to go all the way back to the beginning, all the way again. So anyways, let me move on to something else and I'll come back to this because now I gotta, I spent like an hour trying to get this ready. And then now I just refreshed everything. So what I'm noticing while I'm trying to get this ready again, what I'm noticing with Shelly Carter. Oh, let me speak on this while I'm getting this ready. And hopefully I can try to do this really fast. So what I'm noticing with Shelly Carter and Allie Carter, we're going to go over it today. Munchausen syndrome by proxy or Munchausen just by itself. So I can't figure out if it's Allie like faking symptoms for sympathy or whatever, or if it's Shelly Carter behind this, and she's by a proxy. So we're gonna go over a lot of receipts today, and then at the end of it, I most likely will probably figure out make up my mind, okay, on what I think about this whole dynamic, and if it's even that. But I will say this, for yesterday's live, when I first started, you know, getting into LaRonda and Allie Carter, you know, mother-daughter, some people were getting upset at my commentary. But I actually showed y'all something and proved something by doing just what I did. If somebody comes to you and they say their goal is family reunification, that they want to reunite with someone, they want a relationship with somebody, they actually want to mend things at least one day. Maybe not now, maybe not immediately, but someday. If there's even one part of you, even 1 inch, 1 iota, anything deep down inside of you where you have one little ounce of hope that you want to reunite with somebody one day, that means that you should always move in a certain way so you don't fuck that up. And you don't make it so that it could never be that, or it could never be possible, because you're going to push the person away. And that was my message to LaRonda Outlaw, was that her word choices and her verbiage was not going to be beneficial for her in the long run if her goal was family reunification. Some of y'all got to get your opinions out of a bunch and understand what constructive criticism is, and that when somebody is listening to you, tell them your goals, and you tell me your goal is family unification, and you're saying your daughter is like a waste of life, no, she's too yuck or gross to come into your car or your house, or you're saying things like that, that is going to push somebody away. It's not welcoming, it's not compassionate, it's not going to get you to your goal, which is one day some sort of possible family reunification. That was my message. And today I didn't listen to the whole live because I was busy doing my own thing, and I have real life stuff I have to get done as well. But I did listen to some, and I did catch the part of the live when LaRonda actually said, she changed her statement, and she said that if her daughter were to come knock on her door, that she would let her in the house, and that she would let her in one of her cars, and that then she would take her to the hospital. See, that wasn't the message she was sending the other day. It was not that message. It was so this message she actually changed back to today. It's more welcoming, and it's more on the right path towards family reunification at least one day, if it's ever possible. It's, you know, so my only message was to steer the conversation back towards, you know, it's okay to rant, it's okay to vent, it's okay to have these frustrations, but I would not put it online. I would not put it online for public consumption. Rant and vent to, you know, off social media. If you're angry or frustrated, don't put it online for the world to see, because the internet is forever. And so if you're emotional or you're angry, save that. Don't use that or put it as content or for public consumption, because once it's on the internet, the person will see it. They will hear all your thoughts and your feelings, and they can say, well, you know, this person is unwelcoming. They're being abusive towards me. It's verbally abrasive and abusive, and now I don't want anything to do with that person. I want to stay away from that person. That person doesn't even want me in their car. They don't want me in their home. They're not even they don't love me unconditionally as who I am. So that's what I was getting across, because to me, I felt like in her first interviews that she wanted family reunification, but then by the third one, it came across like, I guess she was angry at Alice's response. So then she started to go down the wrong path. So all I was saying is that it's okay to respond, but I would just be mindful of what you say, when you're responding as not to 100% shut the door, because there are some times that you can go too far and you can say too much, you can go below the belt, you can do something that will permanently shut the door on any possible chance of mending or fixing or reunification. So that was my whole point. Okay. And some of y'all have to understand that not everybody thinks the same way or has the same mindset. I'm automatically going to go into, once you tell me what your goal is, I'm automatically going to think, are you doing the right things to get towards your goal? Okay, so when I heard that, I'm like, oh no, if that's her goal, family unification, she's not doing the right thing. That's the only reason I mentioned it. And as you can see, today she went back to saying something totally different, opposite, so where it's more in the right direction. Okay, so that's called constructive criticism. See, some people don't like to hear anything negative about themselves because they feel like you're attacking or you're coming at them. But sometimes you have to understand, when it's something negative and somebody is at least telling you why they're saying it, that can be beneficial towards your growth, because you can figure out, you know, what your weaknesses are or your areas that you need improvement. And then once you improve on those areas, you become a better person and you actually grow. If you only want to hear good things about yourself all day and night, you're not going to ever grow, because how can you ever know your weaknesses, your flaws, your negative qualities, anything, if nobody ever points it out to you, so you can say, oh, I do have that issue, so maybe I need to work on this or work on that. Maybe you're a person that's stubborn, you don't want to actually grow or mature as a person. Okay, and that's why a lot of times jobs, they always periodically have feedback, but they give you positive feedback and then negative, which they call constructive criticism, so that way you can improve. Okay, so yeah. So I have found that Ali and Shelly are not as 100% as they put themselves out to be, as these people that just don't ask for donations, don't do any of that. Because even by finding one post of you like dry begging, that's going to tell me all I need to know is that you actually are somebody that's not 100% just, you know, not relying on support. But maybe you are doing it just like a Ronnie Bo, where you have some sort of underground funding source, or you have some sort of mail marketing or something like that. So what I'm finding is that they have Ali's army. So she has her army of people, and then Ali's army of people, they congregate on different websites and meet up, and it's like an indirect way of saying you want money is by having admins. Like on my channel is no secret, it is monetized. Creators have expenses. Yes, creators have expenses. We don't get on here and it's just, we get on here for free. I mean, some people might find a way to have a certain amount of things, but for people to actually provide receipts and provide a certain setup, even like for StreamYard, that's $44 a month. The stuff is not free. So if you expect content creators not to monetize their platforms when they're actually coming out of pocket for expenses, depending on what platform it is. And if you're following any true crime people spend a lot of monies on documents. If they get police footage, they're spending monies on that. You know how much money I spend on like police footage? Sometimes police footage can be like $900. I've spent up to $900 on police footage, so it's not free. So yes, it's okay to have a monetized channel. I'm not ashamed of it. My channel will be monetized. So I need to be recouped. I got to recoup my losses and get a return on my investment as well. So with that being said, my moderators throughout the chat or throughout time while I'm live, they will post my information for anybody that actually wants to support my channel, which I definitely do appreciate. So why I'm bringing that up is that even though I'm not saying support my channel, my moderators are posting my links throughout the chat when they're here to show how you can support my channel. So that is what Shelly Carter and Ali Carter do. they pretend, I don't know if it's actually a real admin or if it's them doing it, but I did see at least one post so far of saying that they were on hard times, and since they were on hard times, could somebody donate or could they, you know, send a Vimno? So this whole thing about they're not getting money, something tells me like when people are doing this, there's ways that people can get money without actually being obvious that they're getting the money or support from their army or their cult following. Secondly, Shelly is when people say it's a cult, I would say more like a cult-like thing going on. And Shelly calls herself actually a preacher or a pastor. That she has a church as well, like she has service. Like, Shelly, if you don't have a fucking seat. Now, I do know that she went to a college that's like a Baptist college, so that's probably where she got this whole idea from. But yeah, so Shelly is somebody that wants to be a leader, wants to be heard, wants to have a voice, and things like that. So she has these church services. So they recruit people to their whole Alley's army. They have church services, they have gatherings, they have prayers. Nothing wrong with praying. But is she even an ordained minister or some sort of minister to just have some led services? I don't know. So yes, I did find where they were actually collecting money via Vimno. And also some posts of them talking about the previous stuff that happened in the past, and as far as the adoption goes, and that she was having trouble adopting Allie at first, and some of the trouble she was experiencing. Also, I found some other disturbing pictures and videos, which makes me think that there is some sort of Munchausen syndrome going on here, where there's either by proxy, where it's Shelly that is the one that's doing certain things, or just Munchausen with just Allie feigning certain illnesses or certain ailments just to get sympathy or something. That also reminded me of TJ, because TJ was also doing the same thing, but she likes to be taken care of and coddled. So she always, it's always something. She's always sick, and she has Graves' disease, she has this, she has that. Even her ex Naisha was like, TJ had a lot of testing done on her, and when she had a lot of testing done on her, the doctors couldn't find anything wrong with her. And that she was like actually literally taking care of TJ. Now all of a sudden TJ is on her own. She can wipe her own ass. She can do all this stuff. So why would it be that, you know, TJ can now do everything by herself without Naisha? But you know, some people like to be taken care of. And think about it. What you would think about this? Like when you're sick, and then you're in bed sick, and somebody actually is taking care of you. They're bringing you soup. They're making sure you're staying warm. They're, you know, they got the Neosporin and not the Neosporin, the Vicks Vapor Rub, rubbing it on you. That, you know, they're taking care of you while you're sick. It's a good feeling. Some people like to have that, and they're like, oh, I hope you feel better. You get that sympathy, you get that empathy. People are empathetic towards you. You know, people are like, you know, like it's like some people actually like to live in that. They like that feeling of people feeling sorry for them, taking care of them, like calling them, you know, babying them. They like that. So some people are in a constant state of always trying to get that attention. Or they'll even like have other things like, oh, this happened to me. It's like something's always wrong with them. It's like, yeah. So with a hypochondriac, well, we'll see what we all think once we go through all of these receipts today. We'll see what we think, okay? I'm actually gonna play some of these videos real quick, because what happened was I lost my spot because There are some setting on my computer browser that automatically, if I don't use a tab for a minute or so or a while, it'll automatically refresh my tab. And I had a whole tab ready, and then now it refreshed the whole tab. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually trying to get back to my same spot. But while I'm doing that, let me actually show y'all this real quick. I'm going to play this. So a couple of videos of Allie Carter. So this is her on the floor with the pillow. She's bowed up in the fetal position. And people can say, you know, she's having a panic attack. Or she's having an anxiety attack. But why is this being recorded? Why is this being recorded?
Gosh.
Why? This is not really for content. Why is this being recorded and put online? There's also some pictures of Allie in the hospital, and she said she was in the hospital for 40 days and she felt like she had been poisoned. I'm like, poisoned? She said, yeah, she was in there. They have show pictures and stuff, like she said she was being poisoned. And there are some more videos just like this as well with Allie, you know, just recording this for content. This is not for content. If somebody is experiencing this, it's not for content. Now, I can stand some educational videos, but to me, this is just, it starts to be weird, okay? I'll play this one more time, then I'll also play a different one. And there's another one I have as well that I have to dig for. Hold on.
Gosh.
And some other stuff I saw, it seems like Shelly Carter is pretending like she has some sort of insider information or some intel. She's always saying, I got some intel. And she's not really saying who her intel is or who her inside information is. To me, her saying that she got intel, it's like she's receiving some sort of message or intel to tell her some information, but she's not really giving a source of the information. And who's to say that she's not just making it up, that this intel is actually her, and she's trying to tell Allie that I got intel, I got this information, and or whatever, and just to try to mind control her or brainwash her into thinking that some outside person gave some information. And if she is doing that, how long has she been doing that? So, like I said, we have a lot of stuff to discuss. So get your coffee, child. Get your coffee, because we have a lot to talk about. Hold on one second. Let's look at this one. Why is this online again? And what do y'all think about this? Like, why is she recording this and just like then putting it online? Do y'all think these types of videos belong online? And also, Allie Carter actually likes dance. She loves dancing. She says she loves to be a dance teacher, you know, having an in-house studio for dance. It seems like she's passionate about it. So I wonder why there's, you know, she's making these excuses for why she can't do it. So it's like, is it because, I wonder what her excuse is and where it came from to ask her why she can't do it anymore. Because one thing about abusers or perpetrators or weirdos, they like to isolate you and keep you to themselves. And one way to isolate you is if you have a dance studio or you're a dance teacher, now you cannot be around other people because, you know, your students and their parents, you have to interact with those people. So a way to isolate somebody is make it so they can't have a dance studio, they can't have students, they can't have this interaction. Now they're isolated. And she keeps on talking about how she loves to dance. So why isn't like Shelly Carter making it a way so she can do what she actually is passionate about or loves doing? Like, what's the excuse for why she can't do it? If somebody loves something and is passionate about it, there should be no, you know, that's something that, you know, that obviously that person doesn't say, oh, I don't want to do it. If she says she loves doing it and wants to do it, then what's stopping her? Even if she was just, I don't know. Hold on one second. I'm gonna play that one more time and then we'll move to the next thing. Also, there's another channel named Corey. He posted a video as well. He posted a video, and I'm also going to play the one he found as well, similar to these videos. I downloaded this. Let me see if that actually has a volume to this. Let me go back to the original video. Just a second. Yeah, the video actually has volume, so let me actually download it again. I'm gonna download this video again and now replay it. With the volume on. Okay, let's see here. I don't know why I keep on doing that. Let me actually just play it from the browser.
See, but they're very common.
This was stupid, and then I couldn't even talk. Like, I don't even know what the hell just happened.
I can talk. I can talk. We all know I can talk.
So we're gonna
We'll talk to Maria, and I'm sorry.
we'll catch you on a little bit. Thanks. Bye. Hey, this is Shelly. We told you about a while back we were gonna start turning the cameras on behind the scenes. The other stuff that you guys don't see. Allie just got off, well, was cut off from her interview with Maria. She is having a panic attack. There was problems with the computer, problems with the internet connection. So we are sitting outside. We had to end the interview early. And we're trying to get back to get through the panic attack. So these are the other things that happen that y'all don't see, but they're very common.
This was stupid, and then I couldn't even talk. Like, I don't even know what the hell just happened. I can talk. I can talk. We all know I can talk.
So we're gonna
We'll talk to Maria, and I'm sorry.
we'll catch you on a little bit. Thanks. Bye.
Ouch. Okay, so I'm gonna show you another clip as well of Allie Carter having what some people will call a panic attack or anxiety attack as well. And then there's also another one. So there's at least 5 clips or more so far. Okay, hold on. So right here, you can see her rocking back and forth in their video. So that shows another instant. So you can see right here, this is a totally different day. She's rocking back and forth and rocking back and forth.
Now, some people actually do that as a way to soothe themselves, like a self-soothing way. Sometimes it's an anxiety attack or panic attack. Some people do this if they feel disappointed in themselves, a way to like soothe them, self-soothing. There's different reasons people can do this. But of course, people can say, who is recording this? Like those who are on the ground. So who is actually recording this actual video?
Is kind of in a fetal position, but rocking back and forth and very video. There seems to be a comforting factor is what they're trying to portray. Now, I want to also put.
So I'll come back to that another time. There's another segment where they actually say where she's actually talking, but it's very brief. Okay. So with that being said, what do y'all think about all three of those videos? And there's also another video I want to show y'all as well. There's a lot going on with Shelly Carter. And I will say that there are some messages and things that she has deleted. Things that once I click on it, that is no longer there. And I realized that maybe she realized that later on people would probably use that against her or use her own words against her. So Shelly Carter has deleted a lot of stuff off some of her social media. Okay. That's what I do know. Okay. Hold on one second. So what do y'all think it is? Panic attacks, anxiety attacks, it's all fake. It's just for the cameras, it's for self-soothing. Some people rock back and forth. Sometimes there are certain mental illnesses or mental conditions where people actually rock back and forth. They're fidgety and they do certain things to soothe them. It's like a self-soothing sort of behavior. So different things could be going on. Okay.
Ouch.
Now, I also want to say this. While we review some of these receipts and messages, you will see her drop the sword emoji. And I want to say this. Based on what I've seen, I repeat, I was using the sword emoji before Allie Carter. I repeat, based on the timeline, I was in use of these sword emojis before Allie Carter started using these sword emojis. So I don't want nobody starting to reach, oh, she got the swords. No, she started using it after me. Okay, I'm starting to know some of her posts, she has a sword emoji as some sort of one of her signatures. Okay. Yeah, and you also know, you never know who watches your page or when they'll watch your page or something like that. Okay. To where they can mimic you or copy you. And it won't be the first time because other people have done it as well. And also I'm not the only one that probably, will drop that. It doesn't belong to me. But on social media, I'm known for the swords. And what I will say, there was another creator that started their page last year, and they were they knew about me, they knew my page, they knew my emoji. They were intentionally trying to start something with me. But then later on, when they fell out with somebody else, they actually stopped using emoji. And then there was another person that got jealous of my channel emoji. He started being nuts. He started acting crazy and nutty and say, I'm going to steal your channel emoji. So, but let's be clear. I'm letting y'all know ahead of time. When y'all see that, it has nothing to do with me. And you'll see that in her earlier posts, you're not going to see the swords. But then later on, you'll start seeing the swords. So let's go ahead and start. November 16th, 2021. Let me get some shots before we get started because we'll be here for a while, okay? Shout out to True Embrace. Thank you so much for the fan fund and super sticker. Again, shout out to True Embrace for the fan fund and super sticker. I appreciate the support. And also happy 15-month anniversary to House of Queen CB. Happy Friday. Yes, happy Friday and have a great weekend to you and everybody else. Mwah. Sending virtual roses back at you. And also happy birthday to my girl Kiva. Come get this commentary. Shout out to Kiva. Come get this commentary. Happy birthday. Can y'all put some balloons in the chat, some birthday cakes in the chat, and make sure y'all subscribe to my girl Kiva's channel as well. Subscribe to her channel. Shout out to, let me give a shout out. Shout out to Golden Child. She says, hey boo, just because no acknowledgement needed, but I'm gonna acknowledge you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the fan funding. Mwah. Shout out to Golden Child dropping those roses and swords. Yes, I appreciate the support. Shout out to Malachi, says for Jag smells like a mix of turtle tank and mouthball. Ugh, turtle tank. Ugh, you know that stink. Yikes. Child, I remember I saw a turtle in my yard before when I was little, and then guess what? The neighbor ended up catching it and eating it. Child, I didn't know. I thought I had a pet turtle. The next thing you know, it was like it went over to the neighbor's yard and it ended up on a dinner plate, child. A mess. Poor turtle. Nah, at least I would have had you as a pet, but they wanted you as a snack, child. And she said, turtle tank and mouthballs. A mess. And then mouthballs supposed to help it out. But anyway, shout out to you for the fan funding. I appreciate the support. Who else is here? Oh, hold on. Shout out to Unicorn Gypsy. She says, it says for the truth. Thank you so much. I appreciate it again. Shout out to the Unicorn Gypsy for the cash app. I appreciate the support. Yes. And shout out to Liv Moore, says you crap me up, but you work hard. Thank you so much dropping those roses and swords. Again, shout out to Liv Moore. I appreciate the fan funding cash app. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. And shout out to Ahmad, says I'm in the bushes, but I'm listening. Thank you so much, Ahmad. Thank you so much for the always supporting. Now, Ahmad, you don't support it enough. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't support enough. Stop. I appreciate it though, but I'm saying you don't support it enough. I definitely do appreciate for Ahmad for always supporting my channel, and everybody else. Remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. So let's go ahead and start from the very beginning, because we need a full understanding of what happened a little bit at the beginning when they first started a lot of this social media stuff, and to work our way down. That way we can give a fair review or a fair perspective of Shelly and Allie Carter, at least from the social media perspective, right? So it starts, drop my stand. It starts on November 16, 2021. This channel was created, and it says, let me actually move this over some. It says, hey, we are going to try this channel thing. My mom and I will be sharing it. So they will be sharing it, right? And it says, this spelling misguided belief number 5. There were a lot of comments and people who were struggling to believe Allie was telling the truth because she was so educated and so articulate. Let's break it down. So this is Shelly. She said that people were not believing her story because she's so articulate and educated. So how could she be a sex traffic victim? Number one, that's ignorant anyways. But anyways, let's hear what Shelly says, right? She says, Allie is very articulate and well-spoken, and there are many reasons for that. When Allie first came, she talked like a ghetto game-banging thug. Child, you heard that? When Allie first came, she talked like a ghetto game-banging thug. Now, I want to know, what's your definition or what's your description of what you call a ghetto gang banging thug. You know what I'm saying? Cause she probably was talking like, you know, a regular, you know, black girl. And I'm not trying to be stereotypical, but I want to know what's her version of a ghetto gang banging thug. What she really like talk? Cause by the way, the other creator posted pictures of Allie Carter when she was younger with her mother. And when I listen to her, kids usually pick up on the how their parents speak, parents' vocabulary and their way of speaking. So LaRonda, I could tell by listening to LaRonda that she is Allie Carter's mother. And based on the pictures, she was not all like raggedy, and dressed all raggedy and not taken care of. And she was also had more meat on her bones. So she was eating. Okay, she was eating because she had meat on her bones. So she wasn't even starved. She was eating. So with that being said, something tells me she might have been speaking or talking like her mother. And I don't see that as ghetto gang banging thug. Because who else would she mimic? Who else would she mimic? You mimic your parents. So based on LaRonda, who raised her at least until 15 years old, she did not come to your house, ma'am, as no ghetto gang banging thug. Because when those pictures that they posted today on the other creators' pages did not give me ghetto gang banging thug for her to arrive at your house as a ghetto gang banging thug speaking girl. And it says in texting, she spelled every word ebonically and spoke that way also. Man, I can speak in ebonics too. I can say internet and I can say internet, but if I want to say internet, I can. Like who? If I want to say store, like I'm going to the store, okay. But if I want to say stove because I want to, then so be it. You still know what I'm saying. It doesn't mean I can't say it. It just means I'm choosing not to because of my certain audience or who I'm speaking to. I can be speaking another like ebonics, which is not really, people make it more of a negative than it is. It's a way of communicating in a different way. It doesn't mean it's ratchet or ghetto. Just like even for some people that are like Southern or in the country, they might have certain lingo or certain vernacular that they can communicate with each other with. And others might not understand it, but it doesn't mean it's like abnormal. It means that that's for that group of people. That's their culture. So please stop the mess. So just because you hear a black person say something, it doesn't mean that they don't know how to say it correctly. Maybe they're actually speaking to a certain demographic or a certain target, but they know who understands it. And we don't have to be all like, you know, whatever. A mess. So it says right here in texting, she spelled every word ebonically and spoke that way. Also, some of y'all might think that's a sign of ignorance. It's not. To purposely and quickly misspell every word in the text, but still have it be readable and make sense takes a high level of intelligence. Now, yes, that's true. If people are, you know how to spell the right word, but it's just that's how you're communicating. It says, don't believe me, try it. So then let's continue on. It says, in order to hold MK Ultra programming, the survivor has to have a very high intelligence or the programming won't hold. In fact, they call your high intelligence kids from the schools and put them in special groups where they can access them easily and take them on field trips, MGM, gate, etc. Every MK survivor you meet is likely smarter than you, so ease up off of them and get your thinking straight. Now, here's the thing, y'all. Listen, I do believe that Shelly Carter has brainwashed her into thinking that she is some sort of MK Ultra. She's something that's she's some sort of, y'all, I believe she has brainwashed her into believing a lot of things that are not true. And you can easily do that by simply grooming a child, teaching a child certain things or telling a child certain things, starting from an early age to believe certain things. And then that's how they can be groomed, and it's called learned. Think about anybody out there that might be religious. A lot of that stuff came from your upbringing. Your parents taking you to church, or your parents teaching you certain beliefs or faiths or practices, and they're teaching you different things. And they're teaching you this, right? So now, even as some people grow out of it, or they rebel against it, or they turn against it, or they do their own individual thing, because we're all individuals. However, some people, no matter what they do, they're always going to be stuck on how they were raised, because it's ingrained in the membrane. It's ingrained in their brain that is the correct way. And I can tell you right now, how I was raised as far as religion goes is how I still am. It's like a part of me, and it's nothing I can really, like, I don't want to go against it, because it's like, oh no, I don't go against that. So with that being said, if you get somebody at an early age, or at an impressionable age, even somebody older that's impressionable, you can actually groom that person, or train that person, or brainwash that person. Even adults get brainwashed into certain things. Okay? So as we listen to this, we'll see what we all think about this whole thing. Okay? She goes on to say, it is my belief, based on what I witnessed, that Ali was being groomed to be a presidential model sex slave. She said it is her belief. It is her belief, based on what she witnessed, that Ali was being groomed to be a presidential model sex slave. Was her mother grooming her to be that, because she went from her mother's house to your house? So when was she exactly being groomed to be a presidential model sex slave? And she was with her mother. Her mother showed pictures of her at different ages. And then from there, she went to your house. So at what point was she being groomed to be a presidential model sex slave? You're rewriting her childhood. Her mother was not grooming her to be a presidential model sex slave. She was showing pictures of her going to regular schools and stuff. Like, what are you talking about? So by the fact that you're even talking about grooming, perhaps it's you that are grooming her to be what you want her to be, Shelly. And it says model sex slave, that essentially means she was being trained as programmed to be very articulate and well-spoken, arm candy for political elite, among many other types of programming. Ali would have been programmed to be well-educated and articulate. She said it is her belief. Her belief. So in my opinion, this is her thinking and her belief that she has brainwashed Ali into believing that she has been programmed to be certain things. She has been MK Ultra'd. She's the one, to me, that's doing that, because she said it's my belief. So that's your belief. You didn't say it's Ali Carter's belief. You said it's your belief. And why would you come up with that? The first thing you said, it is my belief. That tells me that you have certain beliefs. And I was telling y'all before, what does Shelly Carter believe? And then what does Ali Carter believe? And where does Ali Carter get her beliefs from? It didn't come from her mother. She went from her mother's house to Shelly Carter's house. But she also was at some foster homes. So I will say she was, in fact, at foster homes too. So she was at foster homes. So she was at her mother's house, and then she went to foster homes too. So in between there, she did also go to foster homes. Let me add that in there in the timeline. So she said it's her beliefs. So you actually told her your beliefs, and you also brainwashed her and told her or taught her to believe what you believe. And people can say, "Oh no, that's what parental figures do. People that raise you, they teach you their beliefs. They teach you their faith, their religion, if they have any. They teach you their principles." And sometimes you actually live your life based on what they taught you. And other times you actually turn against it and then choose your own path. Now, what happens if you have a parent that believes in MK Ultra and all this programming stuff and all this other stuff and all these other crazy beliefs. And I hate to say, if you're on my channel and you have certain beliefs, I might be offensive on certain things, okay? And charge it to my own. So there's going to be sometimes a clash of faiths, okay? So my religion sometimes might speak, and I try to not be biased on certain things, but it's obviously gonna be biased because that's, you know. So I'm just making sure y'all understand. So with that being said, she actually taught Allie Carter her beliefs, because that's typical of people that when you're raising somebody, taking care of somebody, you teach them your beliefs. Okay. Now she's now going on. She says she has alters who can speak other languages. So she's trying to say that Allie Carter has alters that can speak other languages. How many people out there that have been following Allie Carter have heard her speaking another language? How, and also send me the videos of her speaking in another language. Yeah. Something tells me there's not gonna be anybody there or any videos of her speaking another language besides maybe something basic that anybody can say. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, diez, because I was forced to take Spanish in high school and college, so I can know some basics, and half the stuff I forgot once I finished the class. That's just being honest, okay? Yeah. Now I wish I you know, remember most of the stuff, but yeah, I know some. I know some basics. Hola, ¿cómo está? No habla español. Okay. Now, with that being said, what languages can Allie actually speak for real? And who actually tells her that her alters are speaking these languages? Is it you, Shelly? And why aren't you recording her with all these alters making an appearance? Because I only see one Allie Carter. Every time she go live, I don't see all these alters. I see the same person every time. And I don't see no, see who play? I don't see no French. I don't see no, is it see vous play or something, whatever. I don't see no French. I don't see no hear no Spanish. Nothing. So she says she has authors who can speak other languages. We have not talked about MK Ultra programming or SRA much on this platform yet, but trust we will. She says, but trust we will. So it will be on this platform. So what happened is Allie Carter has gotten in the grasp and in the hands of somebody that believes in different beliefs than her typical upbringing. And this person, in my opinion, and they stated right here, it is their belief that Allie was groomed to be a presidential model sex slave. That essentially means that she was being trained, programmed to be very articulate and well-spoken. So she believed that Allie Carter was being groomed and that she had been trained and programmed. So she is the one that was telling Allie that she has been trained and programmed and she's this and she's that. And she says, or SRA much on this platform yet, but trust we will. MK Ultra is the true evil. The sex trafficking is just the end, money-making result of it. And MK program is someone else decides who and what type of control slave you will be, then take steps to program that into them and their alters who can be controlled by anyone who has the codes. Now, I want y'all to understand. One thing I want y'all to understand, because I'm going to go back to this point throughout this live. Number 3 says, it is my belief. It's Shelly Carter speaking. It is my belief based on what I witnessed, means I witnessed my observations, my opinions, my thoughts, my perspectives, my point of view. Are you a licensed therapist, psychiatrist, mental health, anything that can diagnose somebody or try to train? Like, why is it your belief that you can just tell Allie Carter that she was being groomed to be a presidential model slave, sex slave, and all this other stuff. So you told yourself right there where these beliefs came from. You didn't say that Allie Carter told me this. You said it is my belief. The sex trafficking is just the end, money-making result of it. An MK program is someone else decide who and what type of control slave you will be. So she thinks that she has been programmed to be a presidential sex slave, that Allie Carter was, and that somebody else has the codes to this. And it says Britney, I guess it's talking about Britney Spears, maybe Miley Cyrus, Demi Moore, I don't know. Demi were programmed to be singing superstars and make someone a shit ton of money. Or Demi Lovato, maybe, okay, a shit ton of money. It's why I'm constantly saying to pay attention to where your money is going, because it's us buying their shirts and listening to their music that keep them enslaved. Is that making sense yet? We are aiding and funding their handlers. We can all agree we despise Britney's dad for what he did, but if you bought her stuff, you paid him. Get it? Once you know the truth, no normal God-fearing human will be able to continue to be a part of any of that. Now, keep in mind, she's also a person that preaches and has church services. This, ladies and gentlemen, sounds like somebody that brainwashes, wants to recruit a lot of people, get a lot of following, an army of people, say Allie's army, when it's really Shelly's army, because Shelly is the one that is the one leading the church services. And you can say, well, Allie is on the platforms talking and speaking all the time. No. If you want to know who's the person that's doing the brainwashing, look at the person that when it counts and when it matters is behind the pulpit and leading the services. To everybody that got recruited and pulled in behind the scenes, who's leading the services and the group meetings? Led by Shelly Carter. Because she's the one that will have all the knowledge, because she said it was her belief. She's the one educating people on all of this. And what do you think that Allie Carter got her education on all this stuff from? Oh, the person that had the first, the inkling of a doubt that she had been programmed. It is my belief, it said Shelly Carter. We are aiding and funding their handlers. We can all agree we despise Britney's dad for what he did, but if you bought her stuff, you paid him. Get it? Once you know the truth, no normal God-fearing human will be able to continue to be a part of any of that. And then number 4, when Allie came to me, she had around 30 credits. Don't quote me. I don't have that in front of me, but it wasn't even a full year's worth of high school. In a year's time in CPS, she was moved to 19 high schools and 19 foster homes. In the last 6 months of her senior year, she was with me and had to essentially complete 3.5 years of high school in 6 months. Now, something tells me Allie Carter did not go to 19 high schools and 19 foster homes. 19 high schools and 19 foster homes. I doubt that is true. Now, granted, some people can go from foster home to foster home and foster home to foster home. But 19 high schools, I doubt it. Because even in a certain area, in a certain locale, even if she went from foster home to foster home, sometimes the high school would still be the same high school or a similar high school. Let's say you move 10 miles away. Sometimes you still might be going to that same high school depending on the area. So by the time somebody is in a certain area, it's not going to be 19 high schools and they're completely moving them to a whole different city or a whole different region. So the likelihood and chances of 19 high schools is ridiculous. This seems exaggerated. In the last 6 months of her senior year, she was with me and had to essentially complete 3.5 years of high school in 6 months. I've helped graduate a lot of kids from a trauma background who are behind in their schoolwork. I've been told many times it was impossible for them to graduate. I don't get down like that. It's my expectation for kids to graduate, not because I'm worried about what a government controlled institution thinks, but because I know that sense of accomplishment and achievement in a kid would carry them far in how they view themselves for the rest of their lives. Okay, so she got through high school, but what about after that? Why isn't she still teaching some sort of dance classes, which she said is her passion? Why isn't she doing something else with her life since the time you got her? What other accomplishments have you pushed her to do? Oh, I know. For the rest of her life, she's going to be your mouthpiece in the face of your project until she's no longer marketable. Right? Because you need her to push this MK Ultra. You need her to push all this Audi's Army so you can have your pulpit and your services led by Shelly Carter and your following of people. And these people are not following because of you. They're following because of Allie, and you know it. Allie's Army. So why isn't Allie on the pulpit or on the podium? Why is it now on the services? Is led by you. So she recruits the people in and get them in there, and then you do the pulpit brainwashing the mass people, and you have all these people on here, Allie, while she's here lying, saying that she's the daughter of Tupac, but she ain't the daughter of Tupac. I knew that was a lie from day one. Make it make sense. And it says, Allie was no different. However, she was much farther behind. She did not struggle with understanding the work. She just had a hard time finding a piece to focus and do it. She was told by teachers, principals, and counselors it was impossible for her to graduate, and she shouldn't even try. That she should just work at Hooters. That shit don't fly with me. They still have that arrogant man's balls hanging in the principal's office after I got through with him, and they apologized to her on graduation. Now, here's my thing right here. One thing about somebody like Shelly Carter, she's gonna say that nobody cares about you, nobody loves you, nobody believes in you. I'm the only one that cares about you. I'm the only one that loves you. I'm the only one that believes in you. That is a way to keep her isolated from everybody else, because only Shelly is the only person I have is Shelly. And that's why you never see her around anybody else. Just Shelly, because Shelly gonna make sure that she ain't around nobody else. Right, Shelly? Because without Allie Carter, what would Shelly be? Because she needs Allie to have Allie's Army, and Allie this and Allie that and Allie this. Because without Allie, you're nothing, Shelly. You know it. You know it. So you need her to keep on doing this. And you're feeling highly threatened now because you know that she's being called out. These lies are being exposed. And you, Shelly, are worried about how all this will affect Allie's Army, who you on these church services that you do are behind leading the services. Yeah, I can say, how do I know if she's leading the services? I've seen it, the receipts. And yes, there goes right there. I see it. Okay. I know it's I saw or I seen. Okay. I seen is okay. People use that. Okay. People need to stop. Okay. Everybody knows what their typical or demographic or target audience is. Okay. I know who most of my subscribers are. Black women. Now I have a mixed audience, but most are Black women. Okay. So they'll know exactly when I say I seen it. Okay. Let's be clear. So right here it says they still have that arrogant man's balls. Okay, so let's go to number 5. The question is not about Allie's intelligence. It's about your misguided beliefs and lack of understanding about the situation. And right here it says, I call it corn mentality. Cops have it. They think prostitutes are dumb, uneducated, unloved, and unwanted and treat them accordingly, that they are sluts and have chosen to be where they are. Pimps are glorified and joked about and inspired to. It's up to us to change that thinking. The dirty cops who dealt with Allie saw her as a prostitute, even though she was a child, and treated her less than human. Ask yourselves, what are my views and thoughts on prostitutes? Now, when was she actually a prostitute? When was Allie an actual prostitute with real evidence in a timeline when she was actually a prostitute and trafficked? Where did that thinking come from? What are my thoughts on trafficked kids? What are my thoughts on porn stars? What if I found out children were used in porn? Where did my thinking come from? Is it based in reality or was it learned by those around me? 90s, please educate anyone who does not get it. So now this is Allie. It says, this is Allie. Post-traumatic stress disorder sucks. Flashback sucks. Nightmare sucks. AB reaction sucks. Closing your eyes and getting stuck somewhere, feeling all the old pain again. And when you wake up to another nightmare sucks. I just want this shit to stop. We may be okay physically today, but please pray for my PTSD. My face feels swollen today. My body hurts. My mind is racing in a way I wish so many of you could understand. One of my pimps used to be so pissed if I cried or showed emotion. I show more emotion now than I ever have. He used to tell me if I would cry like a baby, he would beat me like one. And he did. Memories just suck. All this dark memory lane is shitty. And then just 2 seconds of peace would be nice. Making this shit stop so no one has to look over their shoulders would be amazing. But that's not reality. Tonight just feels off. I'm sick of this feeling. You will understand fear a little bit different when dying is not the worst that can happen or that has happened. Now, this is Shelly again. Pay attention to what Shelly says right here. My intel has told me that one of the buyers on Allie's contract is a cop. She says, my intel. My intel has told me that one of the buyers on Allie's contract, so she's saying that Allie has a contract, and her intel, who is your intel, Shelly? Who is your intel? Maybe you don't have real intel. That's like some creators on here said, my secret source, when the secret source don't even exist. They are the source. They're making up some fake content for some clicks and views, pretending like some invisible source told them something so they can have something to say. Okay? Shelly, do you have intel or that's your brain? Hey, Allie, guess what my intel told me? You're this and that happened to you and that happened to you. That's what my intel. Something tells me you tell Allie a lot of stuff and you say it came from your quote unquote intel. Huh, Shelly? Who is the intel? I'm interested in knowing who the intel is. I told you that one of the buyers on Allie's contract is a cop. I'm waiting. Shelly. How many of y'all believe that she has some intel that told her that Allie has a contract, first of all, and that one of the buyers on Allie's contract is a cop? Some intel told her that. It says next week's drop will be in their honor. To the buyers secretly plotting how to get off Allie's contract, I suggest you figure it out. I've been getting lots of intel from my source. Most I keep to myself for strategic reasons, but next week there will be more drops. Shelly Carter, you are making shit up. You are pretending like you got some intel, but you're just wanting to brainwash Allie and trick her into thinking that somebody's out there. Now, I will say that this is just my opinion. This is my opinion. If you think that she actually has real intel, that's on you. I'm just saying, this is my opinion, that I don't think that Shelly has actual intel. I think she pretends to have intel so she can tell Allie that somebody told her this or somebody told her that about her, and that it's just she's getting all this information. She's gonna drop it. Yeah, I heard this happened to you or this happened to you, Allie. You see what I'm saying? That's why I said I believe that Shelly Carter has told Allie Carter a bunch of lies and about her, and by saying that she has intel or insiders that are telling her things that have been programmed, or she has contracts on her and her intel. So y'all saying where Allie Carter getting this stuff from? It's right here in black and white. from Shelly Carter's intel. Y'all, when I say this is a Twilight Zone, this is a motherfucking Twilight Zone. Okay? Hold on and give a shout out real quick. Shout out to God Bless Us 23. Happy 14-month anniversary. Dani is the GOAT. Yes, happy anniversary. I appreciate the support. And also, happy anniversary to Lynette. Shout out to you, says Dani. Says the sword originated around Chia. Yes, around Chia. Shout out to you, Lynette. I appreciate you for being a member. Happy anniversary to you. Happy 1-year anniversary. Yes. And happy 19-month anniversary to Transcript. Make sure y'all check out her channel and subscribe. Says, I agree with you, Dani, that Ali, Shelly, and Tori all have something wrong or something going on with them. I would like to see Ali after 30 days with no social media, no contact with Shelly and Tori. No, Ali Carter is Tori. Ali Carter is Tori. Her real biological name is Tori. Are you talking about her? I think you probably need to go back to the beginning. There's 3 people in the equation. There's Ali Carter, birth name Tori Outlaw, Shelly Carter, her adoptive mother, and yes, it is the adoption did go through. And then there's LaRonda Outlaw, which is her biological mother, but her biological mother is just now coming back into the picture to clear her name and possibly reunite or help her with get back on get away from Shelly. So I would say probably have to go back to some of the original videos, our first videos. Shout out to Lisa Taylor for getting a membership. If you are getting a membership from Lisa, please say thank you for getting the membership. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting the like button. So this is one thing y'all need to actually pay attention to. Where she says, my intel has told me about that. So we're getting a lot of it's in my belief and my intel. So this is, I have to scroll down and make sure who's talking. This is Shelly Carter. Let's talk about controlled opposition. This war on truth is exhausting. Not only do we fight hard against all evil, but we also fight hard against division, lies, confusion, etc. I am still digging into this whole controlled opposition agenda, but it seems to be just that, an agenda. We, Ali and I, have been called controlled opposition. Charlie Ward has been called controlled opposition. Stu Peters is now being called controlled opposition. That stuff pisses me off. It's a distraction, and it shifts the focus off of the truth and the kids. Many things are used to detract from the real war, the war against good and evil, the war to save the kids. The kids. Now, where all this stuff about save the kids comes from? Shelly Carter. Again, I'm starting from the very beginning of this social media stuff on this thread. Shelly Carter. It shifts the focus off the truth and the kids. It shifts the focus off the truth and the kids. It's not the whole mantra and the message that Ali Carter always keeps saying. It keeps the focus off the kids. Let's focus on the kids. The children. Many things are used to detract from the real war, the war against good and evil, the war to save the kids. It's right here in black and white where this stuff that Ali Carter is screaming all day and night is coming from. Shelly Carter. Shelly Carter is 57 years old. She has 27 years on Ali Carter, who's 30. Shelly Carter will be 58 in May, and Ali Carter will be 31 in February. She came into this girl's life as a hero, the savior. And at that point, the moment I believe that she got her in her grasp, she started to counsel her, to try to mentor her, to guide her. And usually that could be a positive thing when it's a positive person. But with somebody like Shelly Carter, with all these beliefs that I do consider crazy, to be honest, she saw it as a way to teach somebody her thoughts and her beliefs, and then now, fully groom the person until being her mini-me or her mouthpiece or boat, like to recruit her old army. It's Allie's army, but let's be clear. For all y'all people out there, it's not Allie's army. The person that's running the show is the person that was actually running this whole thread initially when it first started. Shelly Carter, with her beliefs, her principles, her faith, her ideas, her beliefs about her saying that she has intel. She has insiders telling her information on Allie Carter, about Allie Carter having a contract. And somebody needs to ask Shelly Carter, who is this intel? Who is these insiders? It says, things to keep in mind. If someone has control opposition, they will be speaking the truth, so don't lose the message. 2, who is it that is screaming control opposition? Often it is survivors speaking on this. Why? Take it with a grain of salt. Survivors are themselves controlled and handled. Even if they appear to be free, they can often be used to cause division or push an agenda, not because they are evil, because it's a whole basis of MK Ultra programming. Reason number 500, why I say it's a convoluted mess of an issue. So she has been teaching Allie Carter for a long time that she has been programmed. She's a product of MK Ultra programming. That she had been groomed, that she had been possibly all these stories that Allie Carter has been telling. A lot of stuff came from Shelly Carter telling her that and saying that she got intel, that her intel has told her this, and that her intel says that Allie Carter has contracts and that one of the buyers is actually a cop. So Allie Carter comes on here and says, oh, there's a contract and one of the buyers is a police officer. And people like, oh, Allie Carter, what the fuck? And then guess where she got it from? The person she trusts, her adoptive mother, Shelly. And where did Shelly get it from? Oh, quote unquote, secret intel source. Many things are being used to cause division and chaos. False memory syndrome shut down all the children in the 80s who tried to speak out in truth. Again, all the children in the 80s. This is somebody that's 57 years old, has more life history, life experiences, lived experiences. And she has probably been talking about children for a long time. Wasn't she even working possibly with the system herself and around children and with children, her thing? That is all Shelly, okay? Children in the 80s who try to speak out in truth. Controlled opposition, I believe, is being used as a similar tactic. So watch who screams it and why. At the rate things are going with that agenda, there is literally no one that can be trusted or believed according to those screaming about it. We have been called that as well. And I know for a fact we aren't. And that I run interference for anyone or anything that might try to use Allie for evil. Who might be trying to use Allie? You're using Allie as your mouthpiece and face of this cult movement. We are speaking truth as much as fast and as best we can. So I have to look at who it is making those claims and why. Does that make sense? Survivors often have authors who are kind, decent, and truthful, but they also have authors who can be manipulated easily via programming. So she's trying to say that she's a survivor. She has alters. Now, when I think about alters, I'm thinking about dissociative identity disorder, as known as multiple personality disorder. She's coming across as alters in a way of being programmed in certain things. That's what I was telling y'all before I even reading this. I don't believe that Allie Carter has dissociative identity disorder. No, I don't. I believe that she has been told that she has alters, that she has been programmed. She has alters that speak different languages. Shelly Carter might even tell her, you blacked out and you were speaking a different language. She might be telling this girl all sorts of things that whatever. She says she often have alters who are kind, decent, and truthful, but they also have alters who can be manipulated easily via programming. Now, there are some times when somebody has been through something traumatic, usually sexual, but they at that moment, they will disassociate from their body as a way of dealing with the trauma and the abuse and as a way to escape from what's happening to them. And some people can get multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder. Well, throughout their life, they'll actually use that as a way to escape certain triggers or certain things or the way to deal with certain situations. Well, you might have one author that might be able to deal with certain, like somebody attacking you, and another, you know, there's different authors, and it's all for a protection of you. But with that being said, I don't think she has dissociative identity disorder. I believe that Shelly Carter has told her that she has alters and that she has been programmed. And that's what I was getting at the other day about when I said I have been doing my research on them. This is why I don't just say, oh, this or that for no reason. Is when I say I have been doing my research, I have been looking into certain things that lead me to believe that somebody is creepy or weird. And that's what I've been getting from Shelly Carter. Okay. So this is what I would call like a little bit of brainwash. And then what happens if you deal with somebody like this all the time? She could also be stressing her out to perform. You have to perform. You have to say this right, do this interview right. And she could be panicking. She was like, I'm sorry. Like she could be panicking because she knows she's not doing it right. She's not delivering it right. She's not doing it to Shelly's liking, and Shelly's gonna get upset because you're messing this whole movement up. And you know, that could be causing her anxiety or panic attacks, or like be fidgety, like, you know, because in the the interview, and I know how to talk, I know how to do, you know, and all that. It says, please take all things into account, then pray for God's discernment. My God and the truth are bigger than that. The truth can be found if you look for it, but you must actively seek it. And it says, there were questions of why Ali said all police and all teachers in Stu's interview. Let's break it down. So there's an interview called Stu's interview, and Shelly is speaking on it. She was very nervous on that interview and was mid-panic attack during the majority of the interview. But part of her training is to hold her shit together, which she did. Did she lie? No, she did not. Wait, she says part of her training is to hold her shit together. Now, Shelly Carter, who actually did the training? You're trying to act like it's some MK Ultra training or something. Who actually did the training to make sure that she holds herself together and that she doesn't fuck up interviews, or she doesn't fuck up? Who actually is the one that has trained her? 2, let's break it down further. She said all cops and said some are good. So if she wasn't lying, where's the truth? There is no way it's possible for Ali to know all cops or their motives, and she didn't lie. So what are we left with? All cops Ali dealt with were corrupt, and everything she recounted to me over the years, there was only one cop in Moreno Valley who tried to do the right thing, but he was a rookie in the presence of seasoned cops and got shut down. I watched Ali closely when she first came with me, as I did all my kids. So she said she watched Ali closely when she first came. I needed to know what the truth in them was. They were all from varying degrees of trauma, so it was important to me to see where they each stood. I had kids who could hold a grain of sand and embellish the whole story about the day they spent at the beach. I had others who could spend the day at the beach and downplay the experience to the fact that they had only healed a grain of salt. And I had other kids who were compulsive liars. Ali was none of those things. She told the truth. It was truth. It was important to her that she told exact truth. She did not embellish too much or too little. And hearing what was done to her, it plagued me that there was never one good, kind, or decent person in her life. The law of averages would say differently, that there should be some good people. Then I learned how deep the state witches, she said, watch this. Then I learned how deep state witches, warlocks, pimps, traffickers, gangbangers, even church people network together to harass survivors. So Shelly believes in witches, warlocks, and all that. So since that's her belief, and she has also said in the interviews, by the way, because I listened to one about witches and stuff and flying in on brooms, you have to understand that anybody that believes in certain things, when they are raising a child, they are going to teach their child to believe in their beliefs. Not all the time, but most of the time, there's going to be conversations. There's going to be where whatever the family is practicing, you're going to be practicing. It's rare that a parent is not going to try to get you into their religion or their belief or practices or faith. So when Allie Carter, you say, well, her mother didn't believe in these witches and warlocks and stuff. Where did she get it from? Shelly Carter. Where did she get MK Ultra stuff? Shelly Carter. Where did she get that she was programmed from? Shelly Carter. Where did Shelly get the stuff about programming? She says from her quote unquote intel. Who is the intel? Why don't you got to ask Shelly Carter, because she said that's where she got it from. I don't believe in all that. Just like Jag, oh, I have secret sources, or other people say, I have secret sources, I have intel. Who is it? That's when things started making sense for me. 3, teachers and school staff. Again, she said all. That meant all she dealt with. There were teachers, counselors, and the staff that were all complicit. There were teachers and staff that were threatened and dismissed when they tried to help, passively complicit. There were those who looked away when she came with bruises and excessive absences, or when she tried to tell them, etc., equals complicit. There were those teachers, principals, etc., who openly participated in the grave, torture, and trafficking, equals actively complicit. So she says there were teachers, principals, etc., who actually participated in the raping, torturing, and trafficking. Now it's starting to all make sense to why Allie Carter says some of the stuff that she says. In my opinion, it's starting to make sense. If you are not doing everything in your power to protect the kids, you are complicit. And here we go with the kids. If you are not doing everything in your power to protect the kids, you are complicit. Allie had one elementary teacher that she spoke highly of, and we crossed paths with her. By her reaction, I'm not feeling too trusting of her. So she's anybody that's anything with Allie. She says Allie had one elementary teacher. Wait, how did you know Allie Carter when she was in elementary school? And when she was in elementary school, she was with her mother. Her mother showed pictures with her mother. So this begs the question, when did you first meet Allie Carter? Oh, right here. Never mind. She says right here. And we crossed paths for her, and by her reaction, I'm not feeling too trusting of her. So I guess she had one teacher in elementary school. Okay, so I can see what she's saying now. There was a teacher that she had, an elementary teacher, and Allie was speaking highly of her, but then one day later, I guess in the future, okay, they ran across her, and then now Shelly said she wasn't feeling her or trusting of her. In my opinion, Shelly was hearing great things about this elementary teacher, and then when they finally crossed paths with this teacher, and they was like, oh, I remember you, I was your teacher, remember? And then that's when Shelly was like, oh, you can't trust her. She's nobody to be trusted. You can't trust her. I gotta look at her reaction. I don't have a good feeling about her. That's called isolation. Now, Allie Carter might be thinking, oh, I used to like that elementary teacher, but she's something wrong with her. She's off her, And where did she get this from? She had good opinions of her, but now Shelly Carter has told her by her reaction, she's not to be trusted. So that's another form of isolation, in my opinion. So, Allie will think that nobody really is that nice or like her or whatever, besides guess who? Shelly. So it says trafficking MK Ultra, and SRA is like nothing I've ever seen or could imagine. It requires each of us to set aside our notions of what we think in order to grasp the evil that's been done to the kids. No longer could I blindly trust people just because they stood in authority. We have it backwards. We think those in authority should be trusted blindly based on their position. I was raised to believe that way, and so were most of you. You do what the doctor tells you. You obey the police. Your teacher knows more than we do. It's all bullshit. The truth is actually the opposite. Those in authority should be scrutinized more closely because they are in a position to abuse their power easily, and they can and they do often. Power is like a drug. a drug. It's addictive. Yeah, and you are the person that's like the power and control. And Lord forbid if Allie gives anybody a compliment or she speaks highly of somebody, because if they run across your path, you're gonna have some sort of bad reaction to them. Like, oh, by their reaction, I'm not feeling too trusting of her. So now, you know, so Allie, from now on, you ain't got to worry about Allie speaking highly of her because you disapproved, right? So this one is from Allie. First, I really don't want to thank, I really want to thank those that have shared the videos I have done from last year to now with Stu Peters. I don't care how big or small someone's platform is. I care about people waking up to the truth. From the start, we have never asked for anything, and we have had hell. Thank you to those that have seen me, and instead of diverting eyes away from the children, making problems or causing distractions, you have focused on the bigger message. And only pandemic is the children. I have no desire for fame, fortune, or notoriety. I'm looking for truth and peace, and the only way that will come is when the children are saved. We are exhausted, but we won't give up. And I thank you so much for carrying the weight of my story and other children that need you. God bless you all. We appreciate you. Love and thanks, Allie. And it says, update, received, solidify, sex trafficking claims, alleged Obama Biden great victim vindicated. So this is from Stu Peters. And when I click the link, there's nothing there. So the link is inactive. Breaking news. Human sex trafficking survivors share soul-shocking intel in exclusive My Patriots Network interview. Human sex trafficking survivors share soul-shocking intel in exclusive My... Okay, it's repetitive. One second. Now that actually does go to an actual video, okay? But for the sake of this live, I'm not gonna be like watching all these videos. That's gonna be more time consuming. And it says the last few days have been a lot. Flashbacks are so bad. Yesterday I had to run out on a very cold patio to wake up. I could slap myself and it doesn't matter. It seemed like no one would let go of me. Moreno Beach doctor in Moreno Valley, California. I still remember trying to run and thinking if I got past the Walmart to the Panda Express, maybe someone would help me. Or maybe if I could hide with my friend who was in junior ROTC or JROTC at school in the apartments, I could become invisible. None of that was realistic. I was beaten, great with handcuffs on. I screamed as loud as I could, but that didn't matter because they took me across the street and to the empty field in the middle of the car dealership, and I could see the line of people in Starbucks, and I screamed and I cried and I begged for anybody to do something, and no one did. There were over 5 or 6 police officers. One brought another girl who was not crying. She gave blowjobs to the officers who stood waiting with their cars parked opposite ways, doors open to block, and turned their radios off until they were done. They used their regular cell phones. I fought so hard I don't remember dealing with other officers because crying was making it worse. And it says, I remember the first 2, my surrogate knew because it was her married boyfriend's. So she's talking about her biological mother, boyfriend's friends. I ran away every chance I got, but they always showed up to pick me up, use me, abuse me, and take me back. I was 13 years old. Eventually, this led to an unhealthy amount of S attempts. I tried everything to never have to deal with them again, but nothing worked. Some of these officers still have a trap house on Nason. It says right next to Valley High School, where they take their orders to a household. They don't have to go to the dealership or behind the Movable Hospital or on LaSalle behind those rocks. That does not stop them from doing what they want in the open, but it made it easier. No one calls 911 on that trap house, and even if they do, the people that are called are the ones who are searched, harassed, and questioned. Trust me, I know. Now, hold on one second. So this is now November 17, 2021. Hold on one second. Okay, she says, let's talk about some of the things that pushed me over the edge. What happened at 12 and 13? Too many CPS reports were made from school when I was able to attend from bruises. I wish someone had the clearance, the power to go back and look. Keep in mind, I'm fully adopted now. So then when anyone mentioned my last name, everyone was scared and intimidated to do anything because they knew there would be repercussions for them. Everyone knew there was something obviously wrong, but innocent people always turned for money or worse. So nothing came when anyone got involved. When I hit middle school, some bruises and bites were too hard to hide, changing for PE. Some conversations between friends got back to their parents. I really wanted to know how everyone else got in trouble, whether that was someone beating the shit out of them or holding them down. So here's the thing. She said 12 and 13. She's talking about school and about being in school and changing for PE. So how can you actually be trafficked in Russia and all these other places, but then you're also talking about how you, if you're a surrogate mother and you're in school? So you're not both, ma'am. So that's how you know. And then her mother also showed pictures. So she obviously was making up stuff about her life and her timeline of events, because she's also talking about times when she was in school, enrolled in school and things like that. And it was supposed to be around the same times when she was supposed to be trafficked and on tables as favors and different things. Let's see. Some conversation between friends got back to their parents. I really wanted to know how everyone else got in trouble, whether that was someone beating the shit out of them or holding them down. I was curious. Some parents and teachers started calling into CPS, and then a heads up would go to my surrogate that they were coming. And because of stolen and welfare money, the outside of the house was immaculate, as they would say. They never talked to me away from her. She said they even had pictures. They had proof they did nothing. Every time they got up to leave, I thought, wow, I'm going to die. I remember one night for CPS coming over, my surrogate looked me in my eyes and said, when my man gets home, he will deal with you, and to get in the house. I ended up walking barefoot into one side of the house and kept running out the other side because I was in shock. I kept trying to tell myself things were normal, and then again, everyone knew something was wrong, and I kept telling myself parts of it was all my fault and that they did it for me. I found a friend while running and called a family member that I thought would help because I wasn't the only one who ran, but everyone lived a different life in that house. I ended up being at other person's house for a few hours before my surrogate and her man found out, and I was picked up and it was a mess. And it says 4 a.m. hit later. And just like clockwork, he walked into my room pissed, and there was nowhere to hide. He kept saying if anything hurt, it was my fault because I wanted to make adult decisions. It was my fault, and the stupid decision I made was going to get everyone on the live. That no one would ever believe me and to stop running and stop talking. That morning for school, I packed up every pill I could find in a bottle of Bombay gin, and I got to school and tried to just relax. I ended up in an ambulance and overdosed, and to be honest, I did not want to die. I just wanted all the pain to go away. I ended up in Riverside ETS on a 5150 hole. Then back I went, and everyone was so nice to me for a second. I knew it was bullshit. I really tried to do everything right, stay quiet, and be as invisible as possible. Drugs was not enough. Crime did not help, and there was no one to run to. My oldest sister at the time and my surrogate's biggest puppet was attending RCC Moreno Valley College. She would stay as late as possible to do homework, 11 p.m. sometimes, and my surrogate had a different friend over for the night. She told me to finish cleaning the kitchen while she went and picked her up and left me there with him. Of course, it was my fault that to him I looked like her and he was drunk and I was being defiant, not answering his questions or letting him pull my hair. So of course it was my fault what he did next, and I could not tell, or that would have been my fault too. So I slit my wrist and I tried to run, but did not make it out the house. My surrogate told me, I don't care what happens to you, just don't bleed on my brand new floor. Yeah. So when I finally made it back to school, I cut deeper and back to the hospital. I went, and after the hospital, I ended up in the shelter where I met my mother now. So she said that she met her mother. I went, and after the hospital, I ended up in the shelter where I met my mother. So she's saying that she met her mother at the shelter. I remember I saw her and just started crying. I was supposed to talk to her, but no words would come out. Something in her eyes was clear, and it said it was okay to break down for once. And she did not say a word. She just let me cry. So she's saying that she met Shelly Carter. What date was this? That she met Shelly Carter at a shelter. So much has happened. The last scream attempt, I ended up in Chino Hills Hospital for a month before entering foster care. In my time there, I seen psych wards are complicit for other jobs. I spent time in solitary confinement after I wasn't supposed to see what goes on in a hospital, just like many others. Just think, in general, how many times does a hospital take your blood while admitted? How much do they take? Do you really think they use all of that for a test? Because sometimes it only takes a few drops for a test. Where does all of the blood go? And how much is it worth? Is what you should be asking. Follow the money. Hold on one second. So she's talking about some sort of high school experience, but I'm gonna actually skim through some of this stuff because it's a lot. So let's see. This is November 17th, 2021. Because before the live ends, I actually want to cover some other stuff as well. So if you have been following Allie Carter, she talks about a lot of things that happened to her that are fake, like being a party favor, stuff with Diddy, Denzel Washington, Young Jock, and different people. So everybody pretty much knows the rundown on a lot of her allegations. Okay. One thing I will say about her writings is that if you actually pay attention to what age she says for some of these events, you can tell clearly that she was not really ever trafficked. Okay. Yeah, she was at different foster homes and maybe something happened in foster homes, but as far as being trafficked, that is a complete lie. Okay. And I do believe that some of that stuff came from none other than Shelly Carter. Okay. So let's look at Shelly right here. It says, we stopped to grab food and use the restroom. We have been off the enemy's buyers traffickers radar recently. So she says that they have been off the enemy's buyers traffickers radar recently. Allie was sitting alone in the car waiting. Grandma and I were waiting on the food. So she says grandma and her, so that older lady with her, were waiting on the food. A guy came in, scouted the restaurant, acted real sketchy, then went out, stood in front of our car, took a picture of the license plate, texted someone, then took a picture of Allie and quickly left. This and much worse is coming for survivors. Being stalked, harassed, and hunted is everyday life. This incident was witnessed by grandma and the other 90s who were traveling with us. Shortly after, my intel contacted me and confirmed what we already knew, that they now have eyes on us again. And here she goes with her intel. Her intel contacted her and confirmed what we already knew, that they now have eyes on us again. They will never boldly come at Allie when I'm there. Only those few seconds when they think she's alone. And there you go. There she goes, said, I'm her protector. I'm the one that can protect you, because when I'm here and I'm present, they won't come for you, only when you're alone. So what would Allie Carter do? Oh, I'm more safe and I'm protected. My mother is around, because then no one would mess with me. And that's probably why we always see, guess who? Every time we see somebody on camera, we see Allie Carter with Shelly Carter, because that's when she's protected, allegedly, from these alleged people that are attacking them or after them or tracking them. Jack says the same thing, that there's people after her, that she has to live off the grid, people are after her. Roddy Bowe, people are after him. Like Misha, people are after her. There's always this thing that people are after them, and they're always in some sort of danger. But meanwhile, they're not really hard to locate, or they're sometimes showing their presence at different places. And throughout this whole thing, she's actually in some video, she's showing where she's at. If you felt so unsafe, then why would you be actually showing your location? It does not make sense. So she says they would never boldly come at Allie when she's there. Only those few seconds when they think she's alone. And it says only those few seconds when they think she's alone. Only those few seconds. So why would it only be a few seconds when they think she's alone? You see, so she's mostly always around. She's pretty much saying, if you are new here, you might say we are over exaggerating, or that it was a coincidence, which is why we try to show things in real time. Today's gang stalking happened really quick, and we were not able to grab it on video. That doesn't sound really quick to me. You were not able to get no receipt for it. Okay, yeah, I believe you. And then your intel, your so-called intel, quote unquote intel, told you that y'all are all being watched again. You have this secret intel person that's all knowing. And how does he know? How does this he or she, this omnious intel person, know everything that's happening? How do they know all what the ops every move? Oh, I forgot. There's some sort of secret insider source. Oh shit! You can't make this up. But these types of behavior amp up immediately following auctions every single time. So she said every time there's an auction or there's something, this happens. So anyways, more and more, it's Shelly Carter that is making up all this bullshit. And she can make it up because all she has to do is say her intel said it. Her intel said, I'm going to tell you how powerful that is. Do you understand how powerful that is? Because even some content creators do that. I hate to say it. They say my insider source. And it'll be no damn insider source. It'll be just their opinion. But since it's their opinion, nobody's going to really care about it. But if they put it out as an insider source, they can put their opinion out as some sort of fact when it's just, as my insider told me this. And then they posted this flyer. Post these flyers everywhere. Save the children, save the children, save the children. Y'all reckon that Allie Carter is making these posters? Facebook and IG, 90s Hawk Shawls. Hashtag Allie's Army. This is all Shelly Carter. I'm telling y'all. So now they're saying they're getting death threats like crazy. So they're posting messages saying these are death threats. Again, y'all know how easy that I can just go to some text messaging app and I can text myself a bunch of messages or email myself something and say I'm getting threats or I'm getting this, I'm getting that. That's not a real receipt. And also, if you're getting all these threats, why don't you go to the police? Oh, I know what you're going to say. Oh, I can't go to the police because the police are in on it. These people always have an excuse or justification. They can't go to the police because police are involved. They can't go here. They can't go there. They can't do this. They can't do that. And then they can't show this receipt. They can't prove that. So then they just keep on talking, and it never ends. There's no resolution. They don't, and that's what they want. They want it to be an ongoing thing that never has any sort of resolution, so they can continue their scam, grift, or whatever they're doing, their cult or whatever. We are okay right now dealing with crazy bullshit, but I wanted to get these posters out. Please print and post them everywhere. Hand them out, reshare, and tell someone. Everyone can do something. Please get outside on December 11th and 12th. I'm asking you for other children and survivors in this life. Don't worry about who will be there. Worry about who is going to use their voices for the children. Worry about what you are going to do. Set the bar and other lions will stand with you, but don't worry about standing alone. Someone has to do it. Please, something. Please do something. Get loud. This is all, y'all. This is Shelly. But see, Shelly Carter needs Allie Carter because she can be the voice. She can be the mouthpiece. She can be the face of the movement. But let's be clear, it's not Allie's army. Because the person that's leading everything and that has the insider intel information, that has the beliefs, is Shelly Carter. So this post talks about the biological mother. It says Allie's biological mother was beating her. Insurance dropped is Doc 36 of 270. Allie's biological mother was beating her and recording it to sell child rape and torture to other people. She kept the tapes in the back of her closet. Child Protective Services reported on it that law enforcement ignored the evidence that was found. Why would they even report it? Someone had to have watched it to know what it was. All the children should have been removed from the home immediately. Why did they cover this up? Why didn't law enforcement do their job? Who were they covering for? The implications are endless. Someone had to have known the tapes were there to call CPS. Why didn't CPS do anything? Now, she actually posted this picture as some sort of evidence. Now, Shelly Carter, here's the issue. It does not say the mother has any sort of sex tapes. Now, it will says on May 7th, 2009, it says Blaine contacted the hotline because she felt nothing was being done to protect Tori Outlaw. Now, who is the one that contacted the hotline? Because you got to redact it. It's on behalf of Tori Outlaw. So somebody called on behalf of Tori. It says on February 7th, 2009, Blaine contacted the hotline because she felt nothing was being done to protect Tori Outlaw. It says Blaine reported Tori Blaine told her she ran away because the mother punched and kicked her in the back. Law enforcement came to the home and took pictures of the injuries, but no arrests were made. And it says it's a bunch of stuff redacted, and it says is not providing any additional information. But she states the mother lies when law enforcement and CPS come to the home to investigate abuse allegations. And it says blank. And it says the mother has tapes of her beating the children in the back of her closet, and it's blank. The mother tells CPS and law enforcement there are no family members who can care for Tori, and there's nothing there. Here's my thing. Anybody can call a CPS hotline and say anything they want to say. And my next question is, this is not say Tori made these called in and said all this stuff about tapes being in the closet of beating the children. Was it you, Shelly Carter, that called this in? Was it you that reported this stuff? That's my question. And also, I understand redacting the document for personal reasons and for personal information, identifiable information such as names, address, email, social security number. But when you start redacting whole sentences, ma'am, that's when you're hiding something. You're hiding whole, and it's not, I know it's nothing medical. So now you're not being transparent. You're not. You're hiding certain things. This whole sentences at the the very beginning, there's something hidden, and definitely right there also says, but no arrests were made. There's a whole 2 sentences look like it was redacted, and then at the very end there's more redaction. So can you actually post this without all this redaction? Only remove names, emails, and social security number and things like that, and any medical diagnosis. Other than that, post it. And then we have a bunch of posters to say, save the children, go to this march, that march, this march. And people said they never really show up to these places. That some people show up, but like they don't, Ali Card and Shelly Card don't really show up to these things. They have other people like show up at certain locations. It says there is someone on this page from everywhere, so please use your platform, big or small. What are you going to do for the children? What are you going to do for the children? Start here and please help me get everyone outside as much as possible. The time to move is now more than ever. Educate someone when they get there. Print some small fact sheets. Paint rocks to place around the area. Make bracelets for free to hand to someone in passing. Stand for the children. Now they need you. Thank you for fighting. I am amazed at how much real people exist. So please show another survivor in your area. Much love. And there's a bunch of posters. So what do y'all think about this so far? What do y'all think about this? So there's a bunch of informative posters to meet in the meetup. Some days I really feel like I will beat myself up for the rest of my life for talking when I knew the consequences would be harsh. I feel like hell today. I miss my students and my animals. My PTSD is ridiculous, and the nightmares are so bad I feel like I would scrub my skin off and still feel disgusting like it just happened. I thought I buried so much and I remember so much more than I ever wanted to. I'm blamed for being quiet and I'm crucified for speaking up. I don't know what's going to give, but I wish people would just wake up. I'm sick of being sick and tired. So anyways, and when they post certain things, it doesn't really prove anything. Like even this document right here is not really, it's mostly blank, a blank sheet. It's like, it's not really proving much. It's not. It's kind of like with Jad though. She posts something, it doesn't prove anything or show anything. It's like, what is it supposed to be showing? Okay, hold on a second. So they actually did another interview with someone else. So that's going through that. And again, more stuff about the children. That's the whole focus, right? Okay, January 10th, 2022. We need y'all to please pray for us right now. Insurance, wait for me. Here we go. We are on the road and are being threatened. Please continue to pray for Pepper Potts and Iron Man. These angels were helping us recently. She is now sick in the hospital, and the doctors keep telling her she is going to die. They are saying she has COVID. They will not let Iron Man, her husband, into the hospital. If you can please fill these comments with prayers for them, they can see it. Also, please pray for Violet and the entire Incredibles family. Violet just had a baby Incredible. She now has a blood clot on her brain, and baby Incredible is with family. Elastigirl, her mom, and our best friend is being stressed and challenged in so many ways. Please pray for guidance. Rouge and Gambit need prayer, please. Rouge is pregnant. She needs protection, energy, and angels to walk with her every step she takes. She was also a survivor and the strongest woman I know. Please pray for guidance for her. It says all of the angels are real people that are getting slammed in unexplainable ways. Prayer is powerful and is one hell of a weapon. Clearly, you have to get through the storm somehow. You will be amazed at what God can do. If you haven't tried talking to him, just try it. So I'm going to skip through. Now, this is where it was Angela Stanton King posted human trafficking victim releases hour-long video on IG accusing Joe Biden, Beyonce, Chrissy Teigen, and others. Hold on.
So
Ellen, Ron Jeremy, Whoopi, and more of sex trafficking. Now, girl, you know why you at Whoopi Goldberg in here now? Why you at Whoopi? You at Beyonce and girl, Whoopi, and more of sex trafficking, witchcraft, and torture. Her video, the video is full of some serious allegations. I'm praying for her safety. And there is Allie Carter, and who we see in the back, of course, we see Shelly Carter.
Someone needs to take the chance that needs to be taken. Someone needs to take that risk. Someone needs to make that sacrifice. This is our war. This is not, we'll just call the police, or I'll just call CPS and file a report. This is our war.
Someone
everybody
asked me about
neighborhood
talking to the FBI or talking to a detective.
There's
no one.
There is no waiting for somebody. If you have to do it yourself.
About the Biden post that my mother or I posted. No one asked. You know what everybody did? You want to know what everybody did? You guys want to get defensive and defend somebody. See, before I didn't say nothing to nobody. Why? Because a lot of people don't want to get it. A lot of people don't want to get it. Nobody wants to hear the child. Nobody wants to hear the person that's talking to you. Possibly my name will come up soon. Why? 14-year-old nieces, cousins, family, other right next to Water Island. It's a kid, like, you know, go Biden 2020. Go Biden 2020. Yeah, I want him going. I want him going all the way to jail. That's Epstein's case, including the judge's kid, has that video. But we're gonna talk about the mail-in ballots not being fake.
That and Epstein didn't kill himself.
Hoodoo.
You guys still don't know the whole story. We told you a lot.
Paranormal activity. You know.
There goes Shelly Carter, as always. She has to be around her because that's the only way she can be protected. Because if she's not around her every second, then the people gonna get her, child. The boogeyman gonna get her. Allie Carter.
Have dealt with voodoo masters. You know what that means? Paranormal activity. You know what that means? Witchcraft, black magic, hoodoo.
You guys still don't know the whole story. We've told you a lot of horrible things that have happened. We haven't even told you the worst things that have happened yet. When she came, she was what I would call close to the point of no return, where if she had continued in the life that she was in, at some point something would have switched, clicked off. She would have been able to cry out to God. There would have been, her soul would have just been gone. Like, and I don't know how to express.
So she's saying that when Ali arrived, she felt like she's like, oh, she pretty much does the whole savior thing. Oh, I saved you. You was always at the point of no return. It wasn't for me. And I'm the one that helped you and saved your life.
That the right way. So I hope you're not gonna, beat me up with, well, God can save anybody. I already know that. But that's not what we're talking about.
Not me. I was not close. I was close.
She was almost past the point of no return.
They'll whoop you. They'll beat you. Depending on who it is.
Like to death?
Close. I always used to say I always say there's things worse than death.
They beat the hell out of you. And they don't just beat you. They cut you with knives inside of you. They do things that you can't even imagine.
It sounds like Lamisha.
I am still not able to tell you where my sister's bodies and brothers' bodies, people that I've met, are buried. So if I am still kicking because I can't find them, then trust me, I'll be kicking when you leave. But now we're in this situation where our lives are completely in danger now, but we thank you guys. It's going to take action. It's going to take people standing up to the reality of this, making noise. Disrupting the demand is the only thing that's going to make this stuff stop. That's it. You have to disrupt the demand. You have to make some noise, and you have to kind of disrupt and interrupt the business. Ron Jeremy, Denzel Washington, Beyonce Knowles, Ellen DeGeneres, Whoopi Goldberg, Lady Gaga, Chrissy Teigen, John Legend, Joan Rivers, Rob Saget. Do you want me to keep fucking going? Let me tell you something. The Biden.
Okay, let's go to the next thing. So as soon as somebody sent me a video like that, I said, no, I don't believe that. I'm sorry. And the first thing is the people that she's naming, I knew they would not be involved in any of that. People say, oh, you're just a celebrity. You love celebrities. A lot of people that hate celebrities will fall for this stuff because they think that celebrities are involved in every little thing. And I agree, some celebrities, tell them what they could be involved in, especially somebody like Diddy. Start adding in some people like Obama and Beyonce and Whoopi. You're doing a little too much, okay? I'm just saying. Let me give some shout outs real quick. Shout out to Lisa says shout out to Lisa. Shout out to Chrissy T for gifting a membership. If you are gifted a membership from Chrissy T, please say thank you for the gifted membership. Again, please say thank you for the gifted membership to Chrissy T. I appreciate it. Yes, and yes. And also shout out to OG10 Baby for the super sticker as well. Yes, and yes. Again, shout out to OG10 Baby. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. And people are always saying that they are the truth tellers. They're speaking truth. They're speaking truth. And it'd be a bunch of lies. Please pray for Ali, Shelly, and Holly. Insurance holders, screen recorders, and prayer warriors. Get ready. God wins truth. So maybe Holly is the grandma. I don't know. It says for Ali, Shelly, and Holly. So I don't know if that's the grandma that's with them now. But I do know that one grandmother, Alberta, and then the mother, Sharon, had passed away within a short amount of time of each other. And when I tell you that post is creepy, it is creepy. I told y'all about the conservatorship stuff yesterday. And today we're going to expand on that. The talking point of that whole, the mother and the grandmother, how they died so close together. And what was happening with Shelly Carter. Okay. Update, please pray against witchcraft, sorcery, curses, hoodoo, voodoo, hexes, vexes, astral projection, or any evil of any kind coming against Allie right now in Jesus' mighty name. So it is Shelly Carter who has constantly told her that she has a contract, that she has been programmed, and that people are after her. Jag does the same thing. Jag tells everybody she's in a relationship with that people are after them. And yes, I'm not talking about like YouTube beef stuff. I'm talking about literally like Mexican cartel, different people in their real life are really after them, like, and that they always have to be on the run or something. Thank you for the prayers. We are okay at the moment. Allie went down hard last night shortly after she got off the live. When I say Allie went down, that means she passes out where she stands. She has excruciating pain, so bad it compares to childbirth pain. There's nothing that relieves it but prayer. You have heard her say it feels like someone has her voodoo doll and is stabbing it. If you put MK Ultra trauma-based and mind control, satanic ritual abuse, and technology in a bowl and mix it up, you would have a survivor. What's been done to survivors is an unholy alliance of all that's evil. A lot of people are angry with Allie for speaking the truth. So she said right here that Allie would sometimes just fall to the ground in excruciating pain where she's standing, and that the pain is comparable to childbirth. Why would she be doing all of this? And I hate to say what I think because it's sinister. It's when I say sinister, but I will say Munchausen by proxy. Something is going on that's weird, okay? A lot of people are angry with Allie for speaking the truth. Some are so angry they're publicly spiraling out of control. Watch out for them. Friday night and Sunday nights are ritual and sacrifice nights, kind of similar to how Christians go to church on Sunday and Wednesdays. Last night, they began doing ritual sacrifices in Allie's name. So she says, last night they began, who was doing ritual sacrifices in Allie's name? Are you telling Allie that people are doing ritual sacrifices in her name? Because they were so angry at what she said. Many survivors get forced to attend rituals against their will. Many end up attending but have no memory of doing so. They rape, torture, and sacrifice animals, children, and adults during rituals because of the programming that's been done. She felt that pain last night. Many of the 90s superheroes have been able to witness when this happens, and they all end up profoundly changed and become committed to this fight for the children. Last night, new 90s were able to witness what survivors go through and walk and what MK Ultra looks like in real time. I believe that Shelly Carter, when she shows things like this, she's trying to act like it's MK Ultra, it's people doing rituals against her, people are attacking her, and things are happening to her, and that people are always out to get her, and she has to be there. If she's not around in every second, then Allie Carter can be, they can get her. Hold on. It says the truth will shake you to your core. It's something you cannot unsee, and you will never sleep peacefully again when you know. Once you know the depths of such evil, you will cling to Almighty God as your Savior. He is the truth and our hope. Now, a lot of times they will always bring up God to be this religious, sanctified, holy, righteous person just to pander to religious people, but it's far from it. And a lot of times these people don't even practice the Bible. The Bible is not even like being practiced or being preached. It's some sort of other faith or something outside the Bible that's being preached or believed in. Yeah. Please seek God first, and please stand for the children. There are tens of millions of survivors, both past and present. They need an army. In my opinion, this whole Allie's army is just a cult. Allie recruits these people in with her sex trafficking stories, and she's a victim of, MK programming. She recruits these people in there. They joined Ali's army, and from there, they started attending services, and the services or church services are led by Shelly Carter, who teaches the same thing she has taught Ali Carter about all this other stuff. And then all these people go online talking about all the same stuff all day and night, and they have been brainwashed just like Ali Carter into all these things. And who is the whole person that's teaching these church services? Shelly Carter. And please say, oh, how do you know? Because it says that she's the leader of the church services. This is a great breakdown of MK Ultra and how it looks from his deliverance perspective. I've been aware of Russ for a decade. He and his wife just passed away from COVID. I was never a fan of his. Actually, I just had many questions about him and many concerns for the survivors that did not have answers. So I listened to him from the sidelines and gathered and discerned any info I could use to help Ali myself. This info in this clip is accurate regarding MK Ultra. If you are a survivor, tread cautiously if you listen. So she has told Ali that she has been programmed by MK Ultra programming. So she's the one that has told Ali that. Ali didn't just come out of thin air. Her mom didn't teach her this. She didn't get it from no other foster homes. This came from this is her belief. Shelly Carter said it is her belief that Ali was programmed. She didn't say it was the bio mom's belief, a foster parent's belief, Ali Carter's belief. She said it is my belief that she has been programmed. It's my points or perspective on these things. It is my intel that told me that there's a contract on Ali and that one of the buyers was a cop. It's her intel that told her that people are after them. Hold on. So she said that she used this person's info so she could help Ali herself. So she's according to Shelly, she's telling Ali that she's helping her with this MK Ultra programming. This is Twilight Zone. I gotta probably spend another hour. I gotta get off because this is starting to get Twilight-ish. If you are a survivor, tread cautiously if you listen. This is the Cliff Notes version of the types of things that have been done. Now pay attention, because I know some people don't want to pay attention to certain words, choices. This is not coming from me, DaniRobertson. This is coming from Shelly Carter. She says, my perspective. So listen, this is not saying Dani's opinion or Dani's thoughts. This is Shelly Carter's writing. She says, my perspective and approach to Ali's MK programming looks different than his. It's always her opinion, her intel, her perspective. But at the end of the day, as long as everyone ends up at the feet of Jesus, we are moving in the right direction. Please take the time to listen. This will get your feet wet about MK Ultra programming and hopefully can connect some dots. Ali has trauma, torture, alters. Who told Ali Carter that she has alters? Now, alters are a part of dissociative identity disorder. That's true. But alters are a part of some other stuff as well, based on what you're trying to say as part of some sort of programming. So I believe that you, miss, you're not a psychiatrist, you're not a psychologist. So why are you trying to diagnose somebody as having DID? That's you saying that she has alters, that she has been programmed. And that's your intel, wink, wink, saying that she has a contract on her and a cop is one of the buyers on the contract. That's you saying that her intel, that your intel is saying that people are after Ali Carter and that, she's protected when you're around. But if you leave her alone for seconds and she's unprotected, according to you. And it says, some dots. Ali has trauma, torture, alters. Who says she has alters? I only see one Ali Carter show up. And yes, I know what altars are. I only see one in all these interviews. I see the same person. I don't see altars. I don't. And I also don't see her speaking another language, according to she's supposed to speak another language on some of these altars. And technology and programming, just like what has been explained here. When your head knowledge of this connects the dots of your heart knowledge, that's when you will understand and rise up as an unstoppable warrior for the children, for the children, for the children. Yesterday, we had to take drastic and unprecedented moves to keep Allie safe. We got to keep Allie safe. I had to make a hard call that put us in a dangerous position. For those sitting on here who mean harm to my kid, please know there is nothing I won't do to keep my kid safe. I understand and see daily the depths of your evil. I see what you did to my kid and millions of other kids. There's a righteous indignation that comes in the face of such evil. You should know that by now I will not stop. Most days the decisions I have to make are a choice between horrible and even more horrible. There is never an easy decision. So pretty much she is the protector. Allie Carter needs her. Like, Allie Carter, without me, you won't survive. In fact, when you came to me, Allie Carter, you was barely about to make it. I saved you, and I'm the only one that can protect you. If you leave my sight for 1 second, they will get you. People are out there putting rituals and spells on you. Pray against these witches and warlocks. You have been programmed, and I'm the only one that can help you be unprogrammed. My intel. You are a complete brainwashing idiot, Shelly Carter. Shit, I'm just listening to this. I'm like, what the fuck? Imagine somebody like this 24/7 with the same garble 24/7 in your ear. And you always saying the same thing. The children, because that's all she says. Every day we have to make careful choices, much like walking through a field of landmines. It's a lot. It's exhausting, but Almighty God goes before us, just as he did with the Israelites. He became a pillar of fire to lead the way. The job of the Israelites was to keep their eyes on him and not the distractions. They struggled with this and worried about food, water, exhaustion, etc. And I should make comparisons to biblical stories. I struggle with this too, but I know who God is and I know the task he has set before me. That is the only reason I don't fear any of you. I don't fear death. I won't be threatened. I won't stand down. I won't back up. I will stand boldly against every evil and the harm meant for my kid, for the survivors, and for the children. I should want to hear one of her services because something tells me she's on edge just as much as I'm conveying her to be. Now, what I would say about this is, if you are not afraid, then why are you always acting like you are on the run, Shelly Carter? Because what, you just stay in one house in one place and say, who gonna check me, boo, knock on my door, and you won't pull off because I'm locked and loaded. You will stay at your fort, Shelly Carter. If you are always saying you on the run, obviously you are scared. You're trying to see you or imply that you are in fear. So that's how you know it's just all fake, fraud, and phony. Just like Jag, oh, I'm scared for my life, and then go live at a restaurant eating and smacking at a restaurant that everybody know your location, but you so scared for your life and people knowing your location only when it's convenient, right? Oh, when it's convenient, they pretend like you, oh, I'm so scared for my life. Yeah, you are. It's all a facade and it's fake. It's a storyline. It's scripted. Some people learned a hard lesson. Some people learned a hard lesson yesterday. Fuck around and find out. I have a saying I live by. Trust what you know to be truth, not what you see. Our eyes are faulty. So often we are swayed by what we see. The food cupboard empty, the negative have report, the Red Sea raging on our back, and a murderous evil army with swords drawn, running full speed at us. Those are things we see. They can be scary, but if you know God, they aren't the deal breaker. They are simply troubling things we see with our eyes. I'm more swayed by what I know to be true. What I know to be true is that God loves me. God has never failed me, even when we have the brutally hard and dark days. Now, she went to a Baptist college, so this is why even her own beliefs that she probably tried to go against are still going to stick to her, and she's going to try to use these things in her when she speaks. This is going to be peeking out the whole Baptist raised, and that's why I told you before, when you're raised a certain way, it's still going to be showing in you some kind of way. Even though to be honest, I believe that she's misusing it, and she's a wolf, and she's closed, and she's weaponizing, but she's still using that information that she has. Drastic and final decisions need to be made. What has happened and what will happen next gives me chills. God has to intervene for everyone. This is war. It was never said that it will be easy. We have to do what needs to be done. We will be live soon. Comments will be off so you can hear us clearly. You never know when is the last time you see someone, so don't take it for granted when every moment is important. Listen, ask questions, pay attention. It's not just about us, it's about you. Thank you for standing. Are you locked, stocked, and loaded? I'm telling you right now, we are in the storm, the last days, the end of the fight. It is always the messiest and the most hurtful when it's almost over completely. What are you willing to do? What are you willing to let go of? Who are you willing to stand up to? What are you willing to die for? Are you willing to stand at all? See y'all soon. Put your seatbelt on. Here we go, all of it. So anyways, with that being said, this is definitely who has trained and schooled and brainwashed Allie Carter. That is, Shelly Carter. And it's not just me saying that. She has always said it's her belief, her perspective, her this, her that, her intel. So that's the source. There's stuff about MK Ultra. Now, I'm going to have to cover this up around January 26th. This is January 23rd, but around January 26th, they start posting some weird stuff. And it's not suitable for YouTube. So I will have to put my cover on once it gets to like January 26th date. Yeah. So I'm trying to scroll cautiously. So right here, it's talking about Alice in Wonderland programming. Shelly Carter, that's her fascination. That's her interest, this whole programming stuff. And I do believe that she is the one that told Allie Carter that she was programmed and other things. And all she has to do is say, my intel told me something. And you might say, why would Allie Carter believe her? She's acting like her savior, like she saved her, and that she has insider information, and that's somebody she trusts. Just like when you were growing up, your parents taught you things, and you probably believed them because they were your parents, and up until you got to a certain age where you could think for yourself. But even some of the stuff they taught you, you probably still believe, and it might not even be true. But since they told you as a kid, that's probably one of your thoughts or beliefs or thinking. Let's see. There will be a vicious dump of information from us in the next 6 months. I don't want the end. This is Allie. I don't know what the end will be for us, but I'm telling you to please pay attention to our words and what we post in this time. It is time for war, the ugliest part. I've asked those who are still in this life to help me, stop fighting me and fight with me. It is time for unfiltered, uncensored truth, all of it. In order for there to be soldiers, they need to be trained and taught what they don't know, but suspected all this time. We will be doing a part 2 to the MK Ultra talk we had recently. My mom will speak first, and another survivor will be joining us. Author, we will take as many questions as we can. Pay attention. Part 2 of MK Ultra talk. Who will be the speaker? Her mom is the speaker who will go first, and then another survivor will be joining them. The mom is the speaker when it comes to a lot of this stuff that they are doing outside of YouTube and like on behind the scenes when they're meeting up. The mom is the speaker and the leader of the services. She is the one that has the most information. See, if Allie Carter was the authority on the topic and the expert on the topic and the one that actually started the whole thing, she will be the speaker for the MK Ultra because she will have the most knowledge and the more training and more insight into being the speaker. The speaker is always the person that has the most information. And it is Allie's army after all. But at this time, when this was being posted, it was Shelly Carter that had the most information, so she would be the best teacher for MK Ultra. So you gotta know who actually taught who. Was it Shelly Carter that taught Allie Carter about MK Ultra programming, or was it the other way around? And if you actually, use your noggin, it will be obvious from the very beginning of this thread. It was Shelly speaking, and Shelly saying her intel, her insight, her perspective, that she was programmed. So it's all coming from Shelly Carter. Hold on a second. Who said this? So this is Allie right here. You won't believe what just happened. Things are really simple and so many people make it complicated. All angels that have met us brace for war. Remember when we told you all to count the cost before you met us? This is what we meant. Pray over the babies and fur babies. Survivor life sucks and will always hurt. You can't trust anyone, including the people you thought were family. Am I shocked? No, not really. Does it hurt? Of course. Will I get over it? I always move on, but we never forget. We don't trust certain people for a reason. Even when they are so close to you that they think they can't be accessed, they are, because that's the way a survivor's life works. What sucks is when you learn someone that has spent so much time with you is only looking for a soft spot to put a knife. As a survivor, it is not a surprise, just another moment to shake your head and wonder why I didn't see that sooner. You always know, but you never want to push too soon. No one comes back from war and it says it was easy or a good time. So it looks like somebody else that they felt was in the circle that wasn't trustworthy. Let's be clear, Allie. There's not going to be anybody that's going to get close to you for that long, because there's always going to be some sort of paranoia or something to push that person away, to where it's only going to be you, Shelly, and I guess the grandma. I don't know if her name Holly or not. I'll have to see. We need the entire army for this one. We need y'all to count the calls, pray, ask for discernment, and understand the situation first, please. Other survivors will need you too. At one point, an angel seen something that we had to stop the choir for them to throw up and keep pushing. It's about to get brutal. So let me skip through some of this stuff. An angel that helped us in the emergency room right now. Please pray for hundreds. Please keep the hundreds in your prayers. She's in the ER and she's being spiritually and physically attacked. So I'm going to skip over that. And it says, from the intel we got, they are targeting the 90s and their children. So this is Shelly's. I'm going to read Shelly. Please keep the hundreds in your prayers. She is in the ER and she is being spiritually and physically attacked. We have had a leak in our inner circle that has resulted in gangstalking, witchcraft, and much evil being waged on our end. It was dealt with swiftly, but a lot of info was given into evil hands, hence the attacks. From the intel we got, they are targeting the 90s and their children. So here is her again. Shelly is saying that the intel says that they are targeting the 90s and their children. So she's saying that all of the people in their group, like the 90s army or the Allie's army, and their children are being attacked. And the intel told her that. So if anybody in their whole, this is what I'm getting, anybody in their whole thing is, in their whole army or group gets sick, they'll act like it's other people or other entities, Gangstalking, witchcraft, and other things, evil being going on. And that her intel is going to tell her that. See, her intel. So whoever she says her intel is supposed to be giving her all this information about who is getting attacked, when they're getting attacked, and all that. Here's the thing. If you really had intel that knew about the attacks, why wouldn't they be proactive instead of reactive? Proactive is getting ahead of or telling yourself ahead of time to prevent something. Reactive is reacting to a situation. So if you had these intel that was all-knowing, omniscient people, then why wouldn't they be able to tell you ahead of time, look out for this or look out for that? Why is it after the attacks? That's how you know you're full of shit. Insiders will be able to have inside information to actually prevent things from happening instead of constantly being authored. So that's how you know this is fake. We will be fasting and praying as warriors against the evil being sent. Please stand with us in prayer. The war is getting dirty and grimy as more truth is exposed. Please keep hunters in prayers. Shelly. Let me tell y'all something. This is sick. Because every time Shelly wants to say something, she will say that it's from her intel. She will say it's from her intel that's giving her information or insider information. Like some sort of secret government source or some sort of all-knowing, omniscient person. So imagine this. She's telling Allie Carter all the time about her intel. And that can be used as a control mechanism by our control tactic, should I say, by saying, Allie Carter, are you aware? Are you aware that this is about to happen or that happened? Oh, my intel told me this, or my intel told me that, or my intel told me this. Dani says, let me start pinning some of y'all's comments as well. Dani Liz, I'm starting to believe Shelly's intel is one of the 10 voices in her head. I think that she's a pathological liar and she's trying to use her intel as a way to be possessive and controlling. But yeah, mess. It's a crazy delusional ego controlling side of her. Please play for a trafficking survivor that just jumped out of a 3-story building window. She is on life support in the same hospital her son died at due to gunshot wound. I don't believe that's true. Allie, it says Allie. Did you actually know about that as a true story, or did your mom say that happening and had you post it? More stuff about some meetups or protesting. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. It says, I got this and I'm just sitting here stuck right now. First of all, thank you. Next, in July 2020, the first video I did, I have no idea what made me just spit so much out. I was on my way to rehearsal. Most of you know that I was a damn good and well-deserved dance teacher. So many ages and those with disabilities, but unique abilities. And it said Timothy shared that video on BitChute in July, and Randy contacted my mom. She told her that not just both of them believed me, but many from administrations knew and were waiting on me to speak up. When my mom told me I was terrified, I ran from her and I told her to delete the video, and I just wanted to go to class and not put us in danger. A few months later, I went viral after a few people broke into my home, and we called the insurance guy on camera. So I'm actually going to skip over this whole thing. There are some things I want to actually get to in this whole thread, okay? My focus is not on what Allie has been saying, because a lot of times we've been hearing what Allie has said, and Allie has said. I want to get to what I want to speak on what on Shelly, okay? So this right here, these links are going into programming. She's really fascinated and obsessed with the programming things, okay? Programming. Now, there's one thing to have a fascination with something. And then right here it says the dehumanization of alters. So, in my opinion, this is what's happening. She told Allie Carter that she has been programmed, and she's acting like she's the person that can deprogram her. Dehumanization of alters, and she can help her with these alters and all these issues. And she even mentioned how she could take somebody's advice and also with her own ideas, perspectives on how she can help Allie Carter. So imagine this: you diagnose somebody as having these alters. And then you say it's DID to make it more, people are out there, oh, it's DID. Did she say DID or did she say alters? But either way it goes, she's trying to insinuate or imply is DID. So you tell her that she's being programmed by MK Ultra and all these things, that she has contracts on her life, and there are some buyers that are cops, that are contracts out there. And that you have intel telling her, you that people are out there putting rituals and spells on her and after her. And then that you are the only one that can protect her. And when you're not around every second of the day, even for a few seconds, if you're not around, they could get her. And then you have all this stuff about how you can the dehumanization of alters. So you give somebody a false diagnosis, and then you act like you're healing them from the false diagnosis. And what do you guys call that? If you say that somebody has been programmed, even though it's false, and then you act like you could be the healer or the cure, you're the curator, not curator, that's wrong terminology, but you're the one that can cure their ailment. And then what do you call that? Or help them with their issue. So all of this stuff is about programming. Right here it says testing alters to see if they can be used. So testing alters to see if they can be used. So you're getting these books and these ideas and these pamphlets or these tutorials, and you're practicing these on her, or what are you doing with these things on her? She's not MK programmed. That's a lie. And y'all, oh, how do you know? Allie Carter is not MK programmed. Shelly Carter is the one that said that to her and told her that. Somebody says hero syndrome. And y'all can say, no, Shelly, how you know Shelly Carter? Go back to the very beginning of this live. Shelly Carter said it is my point of view of my, I gotta go back. It's starting to get to the weird stuff. What y'all just saw was some sort of, let me put my banner up real quick, my picture, because I can't show this. So I'm gonna have to skip past some of this weird stuff. They're posting pictures that I'm not gonna post on my YouTube channel, so I have to block it out. But I will like tell y'all what I'm seeing or observing. They're acting like showing like, you know, mummified bodies, possible like trafficking stuff, bodies, like deceased bodies, corpse, and looks like mummified bodies as well of children, and some, I don't know what this is. Looks like premature babies in that picture. Some sort of stuff about human trafficking. Okay, now I think it's back to the MK Ultra stuff. So let me make sure. Nah, it's still some weird stuff. So I think this was a time when she was starting to post weird stuff. And Shelly Carter, for you're trying to post this stuff to be all dramatic, and I know things happen, but yeah, this is all about trying to. And some of these pictures don't even seem real. It don't. Hold on. I'm going to post part 1 and part 2 of the talk we did on MK Ultra back to back and pin it to the top of the chat. Thank you for sharing. I hope some of you are still doing the research. There is so much to look at, and we still haven't even came close to scratching the surface. So her objective, Shelly Carter's objective is to preach MK Ultra. And she's saying, and then since she's so fascinated with it, she has made up this whole notion that Allie Carter's MK Ultra, so she can be not only talk about MK Ultra, but then use Allie Carter as some sort of real life guinea pig or sample of this alleged MK Ultra in live effect, whatever. So January 30th, 2022, after part 1 and part 2 of the MK Ultra and more talk that we did, we have gotten so many messages and comments of people that really wanted to ask questions. I'm happy that people finally people are asking the right questions and doing the research too. We will be starting a strict Q&A tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We only have 2 hours. So at this time, they were saying Eastern time. So when I say that, is that, you know, that can try to tell you at that time. We would try our best to make, take as many questions as we can about anything, corn, SRA, MK Ultra, trafficking, and more. Nothing is off the table. We will also try to post some things for you to continue digging. Again, we only have 2 hours, so I'm sorry in advance that we don't get to your questions. With the 2 talks we have done and many other videos, we are still not even scratching the surface. There is still so much that we have not touched, and I'm sure will blow your mind that people don't realize. I hope you can meet us in just a few hours for a live Q&A here. Thank you for your unconditional fight and support for not just me, but for so many who need you. Talk to y'all soon. So again, don't be fooled and think that this is all Allie Carter. The leader of the actual Allie's army and the leader of all this is actually Shelly. It's Shelly Carter. And how you can even tell even more is that she's trying to act like she's the teacher, the helper, and the healer, and that Allie Carter is just she's the victim, and she's the one that's actually programmed and needs help. She's not, Shelly is not saying she has been programmed. She's saying that she's saying that Allie Carter is the one that has been programmed. Okay, that's Allie right there. And this is Allie again. Nah, that's not really Allie. That's a copy and paste of something Shelly had put. I can tell the difference when between when Allie posts and Shelly posts. Okay, hold on a second. And this is more of that programming stuff again they're posting. And this is them posting about Jane with DID. Shelly, you're the one that told her that there's no diagnosis of her having DID. You're the one that told her that she has dissociative identity disorder. Please pray for Allie and Shelly right now. They are in danger. It says, we okay, and we call it all on camera. I told you February never fails. This year is about to be one hell of a month. It's about to get bumpy, and I'm just getting started. I told you, crazy assholes, I'm not a little girl anymore. Be careful. Don't cut yourself on my pieces you broke. Insurance, it's time to move to your designated locations. Have your phones ready, and don't let anything slip. Buckle up. I believe that Shelly has always told her they have to be on the run. They have to be on the run because her intel is telling her that they are in danger and they have to move and people are after them. Her intel is saying that they are in danger. They're talking about Timothy, and then Liz Crokin saying that she deserves to be heard along with Timothy Homsif or whatever his name is. She says they are not crazy. They are fighting a war for everyone. It's just not waking up to it. See y'all soon. And they keep on resharing that same message right there. We are okay for right now, but things are taking a turn. We may need more angels that have counted the cost and ready to stand with us soon. It will be wild. Please email us. I believe that they have a whole email campaign or email stuff going on, just like with Ronnie Bo. And when you get people's emails, then you can be behind the scenes. You could be behind the scenes, dry bagging and doing all sorts of other things with those emails. So now in front of everybody, it seems like you're not like begging or asking for help or doing certain things. But then behind the scenes, through emails and video chats and different things, you're dry bagging. You see how that works? And once Ronnie Bo has your email, he starts sending out things to you, and there's always something. He's more direct with money requests, but some people can be dry begging as their form of help. So instead of saying, "Oh, we're on the run, we only have this," you see the circumstances, then people will just offer help instead of like you just asking. And it says right here, we have February 12, 2022. It says, we lost everything. This is Ali, so let me stop. We lost everything. Our home is gone. It has been time for an army to rise. This army should be able to come together and get outside. Once you are in this life, you are never healed or just walk away. This is what happens. Please use it. This is a war that looks different and people need to armor up and stand. Thank you to every angel that helped us. I don't know what this means for us, but we have had so much hell, and I don't think y'all are still getting it yet. And it says, Ali and Shelly are in danger. That was alive. Nothing has changed, but just jumped a few levels. People who have used me as a punching bag, sex toy, and piece of property, they have taken pieces of my body that I will never get back, pieces of my mind that I have been stuck all my life trying to figure out who I am. I can't have kids from abuse that I never understood how I dealt with before, and I really can't deal with it again. So here's my thing right here. She said she can't have kids from abuse that I never understood how I dealt with before. Who said she can't have kids? Who could say, oh, maybe her doctor told her? I'm sorry, but when I said that yesterday, I said it for a reason. Who said it? Who said she had DID? Who said people are out there? Who said she was programmed? I'm sorry, but until I can actually see a medical document, I'm not saying I need somebody's health records. I need the proof that she can't have kids, because Shelly Carter is possessive and is isolating her. And maybe she doesn't want her to get married and have kids. And I do believe, to be honest, that she's a bisexual, or something in the community, LGBTQIA+. So with that being said, I do think that it's just a mother and daughter relationship. However, well, as far as adopted, and I think it's one-sided. However, I do believe that Shelly is highly possessive and controlling to the point of she has took control of Ali and is abusive as in the fact that what she's doing to use her for her own agenda and purpose. And she doesn't want her to get married or have kids or be in a relationship, because then she'll lose her face in her project. All this stuff she'll lose, because without Ali, there is no Ali's army. And without Ali's army, she won't have a cult or people to preach to or teach about MK Ultra or have a platform. Nobody's going to really care about just Shelly. Let's be honest. Okay, that's what she believes. That's why everything is in Ali's, including that trademark they did. But they didn't actually. They tried to get a trademark for Ali's name, but it wasn't successful. And I don't know if the address is current or not on that dang on trademark, but it went to a crazy looking place. Okay. She says they have taken pieces of my body I can't get back. Pieces of my mind. It says I can't have kids from abuse that I never understood how I dealt with before, and I really can't deal with it again. They have taken so many animals, loved ones, friends, and homes that I lost count. I'm not a victim. I'm a fighter. I will never ever stop fighting, and I will never go back. I can't. I won't. I want my happiness, and I want my freedom, and I will continue to fight like hell to get it. Home is wherever my mama is. We are not scared to die, but I'm not going back. I'm not done fighting. They have once again taken everything. I don't care. We will figure it out again. Survivors are never free. You pay for what someone else has done for your entire life while they run free and people cover for them. Real survivors, and I mean real, never get a break. No one fights for us. No one gets loud enough for it to matter. No one talks about it for too long, but that needs to change. Thank you to every angel we have met. Thank you to every angel that has stood with us in the most unbelievable, scary moments. Thank you for taking some of the weight and pain for us. Thank you for praying, and thank you for seeing me. Thank you for continuing to fight. All I want is for someone to stand up. I'm shocked at how many real people exist, but please rise up and do something. Get outside. I don't know what's about to happen, but I will never stop fighting, and I really can't go back. I don't know how I did it before, but I can't do it again. And if you are reading this, you will have to kill me, because I will never stop fighting you. I'm tired, but I will never stop fighting. Someone needs to send an army for those still stuck, and I promise. Someone needs to do something, and you all see how well these regular podcasters, truth tellers, and those incredible places work. Are you paying attention? There is no one. You have to wake up and you have to stand, please. If you forget about me, please just remember one thing, and that is fight like it is your child, or are you in chains that you can't get out of. Fight like it's a personal, fight like it is personal, because it is. Please fight now. Allie. I keep a receipt of everything. Trust me. I have been beat up and burned so many times. It has taught me how to fight. So now, as you can see, she actually starts using my sword. Yes, I said my sword because I started using it before her. Okay. My sword emoji right there. Okay. And don't say, oh my gosh. No. Okay. No sword up, nothing. Okay. So she starts using it around February 2022. I was using it way before then. It is not safe for survivors to throw in with us. As Allie is dealing with Hollywood military, Black Panther, government rings, to throw in with or jump in the ring with another survivor puts added threats onto them and onto us. And we have enough. So she's saying that she doesn't need other survivors to throw in with them. And that Allie is dealing with the Hollywood military. Allie Carter has nothing to do with no Black Panthers. Shelly Carter, you're the one that will be talking about Black Panthers. Allie Carter, at her age and the stuff that she's doing, she would be nothing with no Black Panthers. And what I mean is, from her, when she went to her mom's house and then to foster home to your house, and then from that moment on, she wouldn't be about no Black Panthers. That would be, you probably are somebody that's 57 years old or have some sort of issue with the Black Panthers. Okay? Allie is dealing with Hollywood military, Black Panther, government rings. Why would the Black Panther have an issue with Allie Carter? Why would Black Panther have to throw in with or jump in the ring with another survivor puts added threats onto them and onto us? We have enough. The only survivors we have publicly stood with are the two on the chats, because we have had a minute to vet them. We do not normally have that luxury. Many survivors are still being handled, either known or unknown to them, and it makes a dangerous situation for us and puts our integrity at risk if we were to stand with a survivor who appears to be speaking truth and they get discredited. That taints our message. So there you have it. That's one reason that Allie Carter stays solo and away from other people, because this is what Shelly Carter wants as well. Because she feels like linking up with other ones, if they get discredited, it's going to put them at risk. Oh, Shelly Carter, you're worried because you know that you out here lying and making up shit. So you want to be solo dolo and not link up with others. So then people start, once the other people are discredited, then people will come for you. Okay, that's what you are. That's why you are worried. That's why you want to stay solo dolo. Okay, yeah. They call out the person you're teamed up with, and they're going to call out you next. This is why we back up from most. We have only one shot to stand boldly and in truth for the children. We will not allow that to be compromised by anyone. This truth we carry is priceless, and the enemy is sneaky. And I do agree as well, to be fair, that sometimes teaming up with certain people and they get discredited can affect you or impact you. For example, teaming up with, if somebody came out here immediately teamed up with Jag is a known liar, so immediately teaming up with her, people will look at you sideways. So I do agree with that as well. Also, Shelly wants to make sure they don't get mixed up with other people, because they know that she knows she's a liar and she makes shit up. So she wants to stay far away from other people and then end up calling attention to herself. She says, we will not allow that to be compromised by anyone. This truth we carry is priceless, and the enemy is sneaky. We will always err on the side of caution and protecting the integrity when it comes to the children, even if that means backing up from survivors. It's the truth of the children that matter, nothing else. So this is why they really don't work with other people or link up with other people. Nothing else. Not trends, not likes, and not fellow survivors with similar stories. We must protect the truth because there is no one else to do it. There's a high mindset that wants to see all survivors band together and speak out. I see this as the easiest way to discredit the whole group by discrediting one. We will not put ourselves in a position for that to happen. As Allie's mom, I've seen firsthand what this war looks like, and I know the gut-wrenching sacrifices we have had to make every second of every day since Allie came. Everything we do and say has to be strategic. And you're too late. You have already been exposed. And now that the other creator brought the mother, that you definitely have been exposed with those pictures, especially, and other information such as who is your biological dad, Allie, have been exposed. Every consequence and cause counted in all we do and say. Our enemy comes at us the same way. The enemy is sneaky and sends many who appear to be on the same quest as us and speak truth in Jesus. The difference is there will never be red flags in the face of real truth. There are many survivors speaking out. There are many survivors who are still being handled. There are many survivors speaking just enough truth and just enough Jesus to lure in people who want to stand for the kids, or words to lure other survivors in. You have recently seen so many truthers, patriots get caught up believing in people only to find out they aren't just the enemy, but they have also hurt children. I think Shelly Carter is projecting. You know that there are other people out there just like you that are frauds, liars, manipulators, luring people in. You know it because that's what you do. So you want to stay clear of the people that you know and you can see are doing the same behavior. That's why I said before, Jag can notice to certain people because she knows and she spots them. Like, I see you, you see me. We're one and the same. We're both grifting, lying, scamming, fake whistleblowers. And now we want to fight over the turf because we want to be the only liar getting interviewed. We want to be the only liar getting interviewed, right, Jag? You want to be the top liar on here that's platformed. Those kind of mistakes could be fatal to us and could taint Allie's truth. And could taint Allie's truth. Yeah, it could be fatal because now here's the thing. If you are with somebody else, another survivor, and their stuff becomes discredited, if you are telling the truth and you have receipts to back what you're saying, then it's not really going to affect you because you can say, well, that's that person and I'm my own person. I've been associated with different people, but it has never affected my credibility because I'm my own person. I'm an individual. You were worried that you will be exposed right along with the other person because you're a liar and a fraudster, Shelly. We will never endorse other survivors. We will never ask another survivor for help. If they are really a survivor, they will be struggling to keep their head above water just like us. We will never give any of our info to another survivor. It's taken me over 10 years to build trust and get a grasp of what's going on. We will not heap our extra stuff on a survivor. We are not rescuing thousands of children. A survivor is not equipped to do that. Their programming would make them a liability or worse in that type of operation. So she said, like, all survivors are, they have some sort of programming. Now, do some survivors have been groomed or certain things? Yes, but she's talking about a different type of programming that's outside, like not just what a typical, okay? Survivors claiming they are healed or other survivors are not healed is a deflection. Healing looks different for everyone and comes in many packages and by many definitions. The MK program is the most brutal and complex thing I've ever seen. So here it goes right here. This is what I'm talking about. She's not just talking about a typical somebody being groomed and then they were our survivor and then now they're back in reality and they're trying to heal from being groomed and sex trafficked. She's talking about MK programming, but she says it's the most brutal and complex thing I have ever seen. Its evil is unfathomable. So she's saying that this is something unfathomable, like you can't fathom it at all. And this is what she's saying happened to Allie Carter. She says, I've not seen a complete healing in anyone with MK Ultra, but I have seen survivors who are not aware they have programming or alters, even though it's very obvious to me. So to her, it's very obvious when a survivor has been programmed and they have alters. That's why Shelly Carter, the all-knowing, omniscient person, was able to tell Allie Carter that she has been programmed and she has the most ultimate, unfathomable version of programming, MK Ultra, and with alters, even though it's very obvious. And she said it's very obvious to her to see if somebody has it or not. I've seen survivors who believe they are integrated, which is a programming technique script. I've seen survivors who have alters that have been programmed to speak Jesus, but are still being handled and are working for the enemy. Ask the questions. So she feels like she can listen to certain survivors and she knows who has MK program and who doesn't. Which ones have been programmed to speak Jesus, which one has alters, which one has this, which one has that. So she's putting herself again as an expert, an MK Ultra expert. While I'm here, let me touch on the topic of your truth. Tellers, podcasters, patriots, I've been a bit disheartened by what I've seen and responses I've heard regarding the question of MK Ultra. Now, one thing about wanting to be an expert on the topic, it'll be great if you had your own guinea pig. If you had your own guinea pig or person you could test things on or experiment on, or say you're helping or you're improving or you're showcasing. Especially what happened if you had one living with you, somebody that you say is a sex trafficking victim that has been programmed, and my, they're in your home and that's your adopted daughter, and you saved this person and you're helping them with their MK Ultra. And what did you say? You said this is something that barely anyone actually can be completely healed from. So there's no complete, it's complex thing. You can't fathom such a thing. And you have not seen anyone have any complete healing from it. So is this something that means that forever and ever and ever, Allie Carter is going to need your help to be deprogrammed from this MK Ultra? For the last year, you occasionally hear truthers speak on child trafficking, the obligatory segment on trafficking. Those are frauds. A real truth knows the pandemic in this nation. Actually, the world is child sex trafficking, satanic ritual abuse, and MK Ultra. I'm seeing what I call the Gislin syndrome, where we have been thrown a bone by arresting her, but stopped short at naming her clients, henchmen, and buyers. We have been given just enough to appease our quest for justice without doing any real damage to the child sex rings as a show. The same goes for child trafficking. They're talking about it just enough without really doing anything. No one has touched satanic ritual abuse, and absolutely no one would touch MK Ultra. Let me pause right there. She's trying to say no one would touch on certain topics. So that will set her apart as nobody else is doing it. But I will talk about satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra. So guess who always talks about satanic ritual abuse and all these ritualistic stuff that has happened to them? Allie Carter. And what is she? Who is this expert that might have taught her all this stuff about satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra? And the children. 57-year-old Shelly Carter, who got her into her custody and into her grasp, and then started to feed her all this information because she likes to teach people. You can say, oh, how do you know she likes to teach people? It's in your face in black and white. She wants everybody to be taught MK Ultra. So you think she's not gonna teach her daughter? Yeah, that's one of the first people she's gonna teach. And in fact, not only teach her, say that she is a sex trafficking victim and she is a person that's all-knowing and she can spot when somebody has MK Ultra, the most ultimate, unfathomable version of programming. Okay, let's go back. He says no one has touched satanic ritual abuse, and absolutely no one would touch MK Ultra. That's the absolute heart of things. In the last week, I heard 2 national podcasters, truth tellers, say they knew of MK but didn't know anything more. How the hell do you expect to fix a problem you know nothing about? It's up to you to let the people. It's up to you, the people, hold the feet of the truth into the fire. If they are legit, the quest for truth will lead straight to the MK Ultra issue. If they are frauds, they will deflect and give you fluff. Demand the truth from your truthers. Every truther must sit for an hour with an MK survivor if they ever hope to be a warrior in this fight. Demanding personality, controlling possessive. Even for the truthers, you must, in caps, sit for an hour with an MK survivor if you ever hope to be a warrior in this fight. I could care less if it's Allie, but they need to know about the mind control programming that's been done and what it looks like. And then she goes on to say, it says SP forwarded O'Brien's email info to us after Ali's interview, but said he didn't know much about MK. That's a damn red flag to me. Why isn't he interviewing O'Brien? What the Truth Teller podcasters don't say should be just as deafening and loud as what they do say. In the last 2 weeks, I've seen many come running about the trafficking topic. I could name them, but I'll be nice. I'm disgusted by many of them, especially those who are thrown in with the corrupt organizations. Disgusting. I expect better from a mother. Where have they been in this fight? This isn't new. It's just a trend now. Hold their feet to the fire. Demand they cover MK Ultra as it relates to Satanic. So she's saying demand all truthers cover MK Ultra as it relates to Satanic ritual abuse and child sex trafficking. It's time to make noise and demand truth to be told. God bless Shelly. When I say this lady is a control freak, I'm telling you, she's a control freak. And this Allie says, we are, if you only knew, we are okay. We have been dealing with so much trying to find our footing again, the closing down this house and dealing with every issue that comes with it, plus more. We will be live soon on IG and Facebook. We might jump on here later tonight. Thank you for praying for us. Shelly says, one of the biggest arguments against child trafficking and satanic ritual abuse over the years was that they never found any bodies. They were not looking to the pig farms, cannibalism, the water, graves off the islands, the meat supply, the C-Max, or the process to turn bodies into diamonds. Shelly. Watch the program Celeb speak against Russia. It's a programming script. Why are they not speaking about the child trafficking in Ukraine? And pay attention. Who was talking about being trafficked to Russia and stuff about Russia? Who has been talking about that? Ali Carter. And who has this whole thing about Ukraine and Russia and all that stuff? Shelly Carter. Why are they not speaking about the child trafficking in Ukraine? Their job is to convince and control the masses. Acting, singing, sports, etc. is just a byproduct. They can be loud for agendas, but never the children. Never the children. Never the children. Like adopted mother, like adopted daughter. We can tell where Allie gets this stuff from. Yeah, the expert on MK Ultra that says all people should be speaking and teaching on this, and they should be talking about the satanic rituals. She's the boss and the authority on this topic, right? So please, I'm like, oh, Allie told her about it. No, Shelly is the one that is obsessed with this topic, okay? And the children. And hold on. Please pray for the ladies' 90s. The ladies are in danger right now. Prayer warriors, we need you. They're always going to say that Al is in danger because she's programmed, and according to Shelly's intel, people are doing rituals on her and always out to get her, according to the intel. Thank you for standing watch. We are going to figure out what to do next. God bless and thank you so much. We will talk to y'all soon. Please play for us. We will keep these cameras on until the sun comes up. Thank you for sitting with us wherever you are. There was a loud bang. People are screaming. I think someone just got hit right in front of where we are. There is someone laying on the ground. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. That's nothing. That's not like somebody's after y'all or something. Like accidents happen, things happen. Like, what is that actual proof of? Child, you like paranoid 24/7. Oh my gosh, here comes Shelly. Here comes Shelly, y'all. Listen, I'm dying for the night, y'all. Hold on. I still gotta get to the Vimno stuff first though. And that other strange video and pictures. Hold on. Now listen look what Shelly had to say about this happening. But first, Jen says, shout out to you for the fan fund. Super Sickle says, a retired FBI agent named Ted Gunderson and a former CIA agent by the name of Tatum, they were bring victims to speak. Shelly stole their stories, fed them to Owly, all lies on me. All eyes on me, Owly. Really old YouTube videos. I definitely will check that out. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Let me tell y'all something. Shelly is 57 years old. She has to keep that in mind. She has her own agenda, her own purpose. Shelly, you kind of messed up by saying the Black Panthers and talking about the Black Panthers in your own post. You messed up, Shelly, because the Black Panthers would not be after Allie Carter for what? They're not. They would. Girl, you clearly showed your own white agenda. I hate to say it. You showed your own agenda, your own heart by bringing in the Black Panthers. Okay, the Black Panthers aren't after Allie Carter. They're not even after you. But yeah. So you're the one that brought her into this whole Black Panther mess. You need to stop. Okay, telling her that Black Panthers are after her because you want her to make a bunch of negative videos and a negative campaigns on the Black Panther because you have an issue with the Black Panther Party. Now, let me say this too as well. There's two Black Panther parties, the original, which is the Black Panther Party, and then there's also the new Black Panther Party. The one that was first out a long time ago, that one is not even no longer. Only the new Black Party is out now. Look at but either way it goes, they are not after Allie Carter. Shelly, you are saying that because you want her to attack the Black Panthers. Look what Shelly says. My intel was right, but this is weird. She says my intel was right. You see what I'm saying, people? She keeps on saying her intel is right. This is what she does from day to day. It's acting like she has intel. And she uses this as a way of controlling people around her. As she has somebody, I bet she goes like outside or in her room or pretends to be on the phone. No, she's 57. Some people make mistakes. They probably looked up a name and saw Shelly Carter. They got the wrong Shelly Carter and they said 64. No, I know what I'm talking about. She's 57 years old. She'll be 58 in May. Okay, I pulled her records, and that's why Allie Carter. I would suggest you watch my video from yesterday. If you missed this is part 2. Maybe I need to put part 1 and part 2. In part 1, I go over that she's 57. And even Allie Carter and Shelly Carter were laughing about her being 64, saying it's the wrong person. She's not 64. And that's true, she's not. So I would say to watch my first video first. So this is part 2. And I will update the videos and say part 1, part 2. So that people won't because it's a lot of stuff to cover. And it's just a lot of stuff to cover. I can't repeat information from the first video. Okay, so whatever I said in the first video, I'm not going to keep repeating in the second and the third and the fourth, because then people will get sick of me saying the same thing they just heard in a previous video. For people that are following, okay. Let's see here. She says my intel was right, but this is weird. We are not talking to any officers. This has nothing to do with us. There was a hit and run right in front of our place in our car. I'm not sure if the person is still alive. Please pray for them and for covering for us. We are definitely leaving them when we can get out clear. Something is not right. Intel was right, but I don't get it. Prayers, words, please pray for covering for us. We were told badge 2279 was coming. So what the hell is really going on? Here she goes, talking about she has intel. And I'm sorry to say, but this is starting to get more and more sick. It's getting more and more sick because she's using this as a weapon to say that she always has intel or somebody telling her something or telling her something. Now, is it possible that she has some sort of mental illness that's some sort of that's telling her these things or whispering in her ear, or she hears voices saying this intel? Or is it that she just using this as a way to be a fucking psychopath pretend like she has some sort of intel so she could be some sort of control Eileen Warno's psychopath. And I'm sorry to say, but as I pointed out yesterday, it's weird how her mother and grandmother passed away in a short amount of time while she was caring for them. And then she was a conservatorship over one of them at one point. I'm sorry, it's just weird. Now, I know people say, oh, people pass. It's like a heartbreak thing. Some people pass within a certain. I know that, but it's just the point that Shelly Carter is so controlling and likes to be so possessive over people that it's weird. Okay, hold on. And you'll see what I'm talking about if I can get to that post. I think I'm finally getting to where I can stop, and we can probably pick up on another day because there ain't no way I can go. We're already on March 3rd, 2022, and we have to go all the way until the present day. And yeah, I ain't doing all that because that's too much talking for one night. So we'll have to come back again, right? So I want to talk about this is some information that some people can use. That she also, Shelly Ray Carter had a Facebook page that she had a lot of information on from 2008 to the present. And why that's important is because from 2008 and on, she had got Allie Carter in her home around 2009 or so. So that means that she would have had a lot of information and a lot of stuff posted on her Facebook page about her and Allie and their whole life and things like that throughout time. But let me tell y'all what she has done. She changed the name of her page to Clara Parker. Clara Parker. But if you look at the very, very top of the browser, you can see her old name of Shelly Ray Carter. And it says right here, this was from 2015 regarding Allie's flashbacks. It was here where I witnessed a lot of the evil that had been done to her. I saw how they used it for MK, and I saw how it worked. I was essentially a fly other most evil wall you could imagine. Now pay attention to this. Pay attention to this post. She says, this was from 2015 regarding Allie's flashbacks. It was here, 2015, where I witnessed a lot of the evil that had been done to her. I saw how they used it for MK, and I saw how it worked. I was essentially a fly other most evil wall you could imagine. I was here. I had to stand in the dark places with Allie. It was the very least I could do for her as a human being. Standing in the dark places and not looking away or flinching was the hardest thing I've ever done. It was also the most loving thing I could do in such a fucked up situation. Her flashbacks always coincided with things she told me happened. So I not only heard her tell me, I also witnessed it. Flashbacks cannot be controlled or faked. So as you can see, since 2015, Shelly Carter has been talking about this damn MK Ultra shit and believing that Allie Carter was MK programmed. Flashbacks are not the same as dreams and nightmares. There are key differences. They are a re-experiencing of actual trauma in real time. They cannot be faked. In their wake, they leave the person re-traumatized and in the same physical pain as when the initial trauma happened. If someone hit you in the face and you got a black eye in the flashback, you will relive that in your sleep and wake up with pain in your eye. If the flashback was especially strong, you would wake up with bruising and swelling around the eye. That's called an ab reaction or something, an ab reaction. Allie had many ab reactions or something, ab reactions. She would wake up in so much pain and have marks and bruising on her. She often was unable to walk or move. The confusion for her during this time was off the chain. People think once a survivor is rescued, all is right with the world. Wrong, absolutely wrong. From my perspective, the reliving was worse than the initial trauma. Allie relived grape after grape every single night for years. She woke up in pain like she had just been raped. Many of those grapes were the trauma used to anchor the MK Ultra. So here she goes. Many of the grapes were the trauma used to anchor the MK Ultra and cause the mind to split. So instead of just helping Allie Carter with her grape and trauma, her alleged grape and trauma, she also tried to explain to her, listen, what you're experiencing is also because it was a result in the trauma used to anchor the MK Ultra. She embedded that into there. She intertwined MK Ultra into the issue. So it's not just about your grade, it's about your MK Ultra programming, and it has caused your mind to split. You have alters, you have dissociative identity disorder. I'm Shelly Carter. I'm Shelly Carter. So you say she has MK Ultra and it caused the mind to split. It was a very dark and heavy time. It lasted an eternity for both of us. If I could have traded places with her, I would have in a second. I could not. All I could do was stand and not look away. Many come on the page and then it becomes too much for them to hear about. I have no tolerance for those people. There's a world full of people who look away because it's too much for them. It's not about them. It's about the children. What about the children? What about the children? And how dare any of us ever flinch or look away? If a child had to stand in that evil, the very least we could do is not look away. Some of the 90s actually witnessed some of the evil firsthand yesterday. They were shook to their core, but they stood. They did not flinch. They did not look away. They are warriors for all the survivors, the children and the truth. A price comes with that. This war is brutal. Be a warrior. Children are waiting for you to stand. Prayer, Shelly. And Shelly, why are you using the brown on her hands? Okay. It says, pray for Allie and Shelly. They are dealing with witchcraft and gangstalking. Child. They are dealing with witchcraft and gangstalking. The power just went out where they are. They need the prayer warriors. So here is Shelly Carter having Allie Carter living in a constant state of fear, hyper vigilant. She's always paranoid because somebody's after her. People are always putting witchcraft for her. People are coming after her. And who is telling her this? The intel, my intel. Not intel processor for computer. Her intel. We are okay. We will turn on cameras soon if we have to. Thank you for praying for us. Why wouldn't you just keep the cameras on 24/7? I have cameras, they stay on 24/7. Well, I need to say I'm turned on the cameras. The cameras are on. It's on. It's 24/7. You don't need to say I'm turning the cameras on. Like, yeah. Like, yo, oh, we gotta turn the cameras on. Who has to turn on their cameras every day? If you have cameras set up, they run 24/7. You know, I'm just like, I'm gonna turn them on. It says we are okay, still debating. We are turning our cameras on. Why not keep it on 24/7 for 24/7 surveillance? Why are you gonna turn them off? Figure some things out. Can you sit with us? Let's do a Q&A. No audio. Just ask your questions in the comments. That tells me something is up for y'all. Keep on trying to turn cameras off and on and off. Why is she doing it? Oh, I know. Shelly, you don't want the cameras on 24/7. Because if they are on 24/7, you can't make up fake stories about people attacking you or in your yard or doing this or doing that. Because you can say, oh, look at the cameras. But if you turn them off, you can make up something. But if they keep them on 24/7 like they're supposed to be, you can't make up fake stories because people say, look at the cameras. You see how that works, Shelly Carter? It says people need to have patience. They ask for proof and sometimes have no clue what they are looking at. I try to explain things first. So people want proof and receipts. That's a common thing. The question was, are you guys in a safe place? I pray for you and mama every night. And then she says, we were until today. We are okay. And then we had some weirdness start. All of a sudden, the power went out in the place we are in. It wasn't because of the weather or anything odd. It just happened. We are trying to stay put, but we are ready to move at any moment. For once, we have a few tactical moves we are trying to make. But today, we have some gang-related issues that we have not had to deal with before pop up. I was raped and tortured by a few gangs and also raised by gang members. Okay. I am not allowed in certain places. Some places we won't even stop to go through a drive-through. I received the message today, and I still have some 90s looking into. I will post soon. Have you met Putin or any dogs? And then somebody says, Ali says, I was auctioned to Russia. Yeah, Russia. Your mom's. I wonder what your mom's background is. If she has anything about Russia, but she has something about Russia. Look at the pictures of what Putin looked like 10 years ago and compare it to now. That is not him. Putin. And then it says, Ali, have you gone through deliverance? What are your views on it? So she's answering questions. Have you gone through deliverance? What are your views on it? And then she says, yes and no, but that is a great question for my mom. The next live chat will be talking about a lot. Quarantine, CPS, deliverance, integration, etc. We have a lot of big topics. So here's the thing. This was asked of Ali, and she could not answer the questions about has she gone through deliverance. She could not answer it. She said this is a great question for her mom. So why wouldn't you be able to answer a question about your own life, Ali, and your own issues or your own stuff? Because you have to listen to your mom and what she says about your alleged programming and your alleged progress. Because she's the one keeping track and monitoring. You have no idea what have you done or not done because you're based on your mother's bullshit. You can't answer a question about it. It's just like if somebody asks you something about something and you don't know the answers, you have to ask the person that knows. And if this is about your body and your stuff, then you should know. And sometimes you might say, well, ask my doctor or ask this person. That's because that person is handling your care. So who is handling her stuff with this programming shit and deliverance shit? Oh, I know. Shelly Carter. So she has to answer it. Hold on 1 second. I think this is Shelly. So I'm gonna read one more post and then I'll have to finish some more tomorrow, y'all, because I cannot keep talking forever. I'm gonna read one more post and I'm gonna skip through to get to some videos and something else to show y'all, and then I'll come back to the date that we left off at. Where is it? March 4th, 2022. It says, thank you for the prayers, love, and support. We are trying to get our footing. We got walloped when we had to let our house go. The finances got cut. There was absolutely no reason for it. I'm fighting it and I'll win. And it says, and they will be restored. But since December, they have been cut. I knew in October it was coming. I plead my case. I pled my case. The opponent was not prepared. In light of that, they rescheduled the day to plead my case in order to give my opponent more time. It all came on the heels of the auction of Ali's trafficking contract. Oh my gosh, y'all, listen. She said all of this stuff happened with her house because it all happened at the heels. It all came on the heels of the auction of Ali's trafficking contract. So she said there's a trafficking contract, and her intel said that even one of the buyers on it is a cop. And the reason they say that is because if you say go to the cops, we say, oh, we can't go to the cops because one of the buyers on her sex trafficking contract is a cop. So Shelly Carter said that because she doesn't want Allie Carter to go to the cops or anybody to say, oh, why don't you go to the police about this stuff? Oh, we can't go to because one of the buyers is a cop. This is all strategic and calculating plan. Isn't that what you said, Shelly, that you like to be strategic? So yeah, you have to make sure that nobody goes to the cops. Or think about going to the cops. Tay goes to the cops. We said that's one of the buyers. Now you want to say this? Who told Allie Carter that she had a trafficking contract, a sex trafficking contract? And who told her that their intel said that a cop is on one of the buyers on her contract? And who's always keep on talking about intel? The intel said this, intel said that. Shelly Carter. Shelly Carter. What child? A mess. So it said it all came on the heels of the auction of Allie's sex trafficking contract. It's predictable what they do. It's not the first time. It will always be the most insane stuff that makes absolutely no sense. The evil will eventually live. Things will be restored, just not today, probably not tomorrow. Today, we just hold on to God. In the meantime, we had to make bold moves in order to continue to survive. Last week, the bigger auction happened. The one they hold her birthday each year. Oh my gosh, Shelly. Why did you tell her that every time it's her birthday that they're going to hold an auction for her sex trafficking contract? Y'all listen. Y'all know how cold that is. To always, so you want her to be sad on her birthday, that every time it's her birthday, that's when they got the biggest auction for sex trafficking for her contract? This is sick. This is sick. Y'all, do y'all hear this? Last week, the bigger auction happened, the one they hold her birthday each year. So every birthday, she's going to be thinking that they're holding some sort of auction for her. And you wonder why she has this anxiety, panic attacks, and all these things. And this is, yes, it's sickening. It's crazy. This is weird. Oh my gosh. Y'all listen. So you don't want her to be happy to even have, you don't want her to have a birthday? Dang, you want her, she can have I'm saying she can have a birthday, but she's putting a damper on her birthday. She's making her birthday a day of sadness. Like, she's making her seem like every time it's your birthday, the bigger auction happens every year your birthday happens. So now it's kind of like if something happens sad on your birthday, you're not gonna be in the best mood. So she's like this is sick. And here she goes. She says, there were 60 buyers. How do you know how many buyers there were, Shelly Carter, for her birthday? How do you know that? Oh, let me guess. Your intel told you there were 60 buyers. See, a lot of people are focused on Allie Carter and how she's out here lying and lying and lying and lying and lying. And that's why I want to focus tonight on Shelly Carter. And I'm skipping over a lot of Allie Carter posts because a lot of times Allie Carter, what she's saying is mimicking and parroting and regurgitating Shelly Carter. You see? Now, how would you know how many buyers were trying to buy her sex trafficking contract on her birthday, Shelly? The only people that would know that are people that are involved in it, right? Oh, because you have an intel, your insider tells you all these things. This all-knowing, omniscience person. They never tell you things proactively so you can get ahead of it and warn you before time. They tell you some author. There were 60 buyers. And y'all want to know where all these lies come from? It's right here in your face. Shelly Carter. She's sick. And she says they were holding the auction on a military base. So she knows how many people. She knows every year it's going to happen on her birthday. It's going to be more than normal. There were 60 buyers. They were holding the auction on a military base because the buyers were concerned about their safety. Why would they hold some sort of auction like this on a military base? You think that a military girl? This is far-fetched. If far-fetched was our. Here we go. Y'all, I'm done for today. Our intel gave us the passcode to get past the main gates of the auction. If I hear the word intel one more time, we just didn't know which military base it was on. Apparently, most of the buyers got spooked and refused to come. There is damage to Alice's programming blueprint. So she says there is damage to Alice's programming blueprint that also dissuaded some of the buyers. So the auction was dragged out longer than normal and was attended by 6 buyers. Last week, a person was hit in the street right in front of where we were staying. Fire, ambulance, and many police came. A buyer who bought into the contract bought the false flag. They tried desperately to come face to face with Alice to trigger her programming. Shelly Carter, you know what? I'm sorry, but you need to be reported because you are sadistic. You are sadistic. There's a lot of sadistic behavior going on here. It's sick. This is sick. You have diagnosed this girl, and not with like just like a diagnose, like, oh, you have a cold. You have diagnosed with her with some sort of MK programming complex. And that you are the only healer and savior for her in this whole MK. She cannot trust doctors and police or anybody, not even her teacher she said she liked from elementary school, because nobody can be trusted. Everybody's out to get her besides you. So that isolates your victim, that you're lying and making up all. She does not have DID. You told her that she has alters because you can spot people with MK Ultra and you can spot when people have alters, right, Shelly? And it says, last year at this time, we were being pulled over every day by police for the same reason. Many people are not able to grasp why I continue to move Allie out of the way and try to shield her so hard. It's because I don't have many options or moves in all this craziness. Moving Allie out of the line of fire is one of the few moves I have, and it's so very necessary. There are so many enemies. There are many that our enemies can access remotely. 2 days ago, Allie was almost accessed in a store by 2 different sets of people. We often have to leave our shopping cart full of food and move out of the way. You are sick, Shelly. Shelly, you are sick, y'all. She is sick. She's just like Jad, making up this stuff. Like, people are out to get us. We have to leave. We have to be on the run. We have to be on the move. You see that person over there at the bananas getting some bananas? The person getting the apples. They're watching us. They're spying. We got to get out of here now. We got to go. We got to get out of here. They're coming. They're coming, Allie. In a constant state of panic and fear and paranoia. Gangstalking is a real and serious problem for survivors. It says every area of their lives gets infiltrated. As things stand now, I know beyond a shadow of doubt that God has us. However, that requires holding on tight during the darkness. We are holding on. We will continue to speak. We will continue to stand. I had some thoughts on other things I've been seeing. She talks a lot too. Damn, girl. It says, continue to question all anti-trafficking agencies that are making money and who are not helping at the border. Those who are helping in other countries are likely frauds. They lack checks and balances of their activities and can juggle and hide the narrative behind culture differences. Since we don't understand the culture, we don't look too close at their activities. Trafficking agencies in the U.S. should be helping here, period. If they have extra time and resources, they could go elsewhere, but there's enough going on here. They will be swamped. Ask the questions and be watchful. Too many spend most of their time asking for money. For the truth tellers, if they are speaking actual truth, their finances will take a hit. Their character will take a hit, and they will receive threats of all kinds. If that has not been happening, anyone who grasps the reality of this fight will never flaunt their children or post them publicly. That's pure foolishness. Watch out for those who do. Yes, God can and does protect them, but knowing how evil this fight is, why would you dangle and flaunt your children publicly? Says the enemy takes images off the internet of many children and do vile things with them. It's pure arrogance and shows lack of concern for them, and that just doesn't sit right with me. Alpha males, we have done such evil to our men over the years. We have usurped their God-given authority in horrible ways that should have never been. We need to repent of that. We desperately need godly men to step back into their God-given authority and be the spiritual covering over the wives, kids, and homes. However, please don't confuse men who call themselves alpha males as what God had in mind. Alpha males are full of pride and arrogance. Godly men are bold, but also possess humility. There is a huge difference between them, so be watchful. I see many truth-telling men blurring the alpha male being godly lines. Don't let them lead you astray. We have many powerful godly 90s men. The difference between them and the alpha male types is glaringly. And by the 90s, that's their group, the 90s Nation News, okay? It says, but I see these alpha males in the trafficking agencies podcast and speaking as truth tellers. They tend to use God as a shield and are very convincing. That's you, Shelly Carter. You're projecting. You use God as a shield. You're wolf in sheep's clothing. Use God as a way to pander to religious people. They are leading many followers of Jesus astray. Godly men do not have to announce themselves. The presence of Almighty God in them is easy to recognize. Alpha males must beat their chest and announce themselves often. They speak of God but lack that quiet assurance. Be watchful, be prayerful. Many are trying desperately to deceive us at every turn. Trust Jesus Christ. He is the way, the truth, and the life. It says we are going to turn on our cameras on Telegram until the sun comes up. Yeah, I keep on talking about turning on cameras, turning off cameras. Allie, you are being fooled. The cameras could be on all times. There's no need to turn them off. There's all sorts of it's all sorts of technology to make sure your cameras are 24/7. Somebody wanting them off is so they can make up lies and say, "Oh, we didn't get it because the cameras were off. This happened, but the camera's off. That's why it wasn't captured." It says, this is admin. Please, something is not right. Please, Jesus, help the ladies. Send intercessors and help. It's always talking about admin. How we know it's admin and not Shelly? The phone shut off. Thank you, 90s. We are moving. And it says, well, we just got robbed. We're going to handle some things and then we will be live on it. Did y'all get robbed or for real? So y'all got cameras, but then y'all get robbed and nobody. Oh, let me guess, the cameras were off. The cameras were off at that time. We are turning our cameras on soon. Lord have mercy. I never seen so much on and off cameras in my life. This is admin. The ladies are okay. Their battery died on the phone. Please stay in prayer for them and thank you for staying up. How do we know that's admin? How do we know it's not Shelly that's writing that? She's their battery died. And then Alex says, thank you for standing with us. One of our devices died last night. Thank you to the angels who spot for us and call us into praying. So this is around the time of Shelly Carter's birthday because her birthday is in May. It started to be wrong. Well, actually, when Shelly Carter's birthday, it's more stuff announced, to be honest, when it's Shelly Carter's birthday. But around the time of Allie Carter's birthday, remember, she also put out this whole thing about around her birthday is when she's being auctioned. So I'm sure Shelly Carter gets to enjoy her birthday, but Allie Carter has to worry about being auctioned on her birthday. Ain't that right, Shelly? Right here, we have to deal with some things this morning in regards to our ability to maintain ourselves. It's following the same pattern it did last month, and I'm praying it's resolved today like it should have already been, and that it's not postponed. Every day feels like we are treading water and the waves are getting harder. Every day I have to assess our situation, factor in innumerable variables, and have a course of action for us to keep moving forward. Normally I have many courses of action we can take, but when we are being pressed so hard, those lessen immensely, and we often feel cornered. So I'm going to skip down some. That's Shelly. And right here, she says 90 churches back. So 90 churches back. We have had so many things happening. Services happening right now. If you'd like to join us, here's the link. So they have a 90s Nation News church. Yes, you heard it, a church. And it's led by none other than Brainwashed cult leader Shelly Carter. So that was about CPS corruption. So this is Allie Carter talking about Playboy Mansion and stuff. I'm not gonna read also about Allie and all her allegations. Okay, we already know a lot about that. Well, most of us heard all the stuff that she was saying. Not all, but some, at least some. And this is her talking about, this is a repost talking about flashbacks. Allie Carter. This is her reposting something. She says, I'm reposting, so I'm skipping. And as you can see at the very top, it says repost. So I'm skipping those that says repost. Okay. And then right here it says, we are gangstalk. And it says, what does it mean to be gangstalk? And let me see who's reading this first. So this is Shelly. She says, we were gangstalk. What does it mean to be gangstalk with an MK survivor who has been speaking out? You're the one that says she's MK program. Okay, you're the one that put that on her and says she has alters and saying it's DID. It means when I had to pee, what the heck? It means that when I had to pee, Allie had to lock herself in the next stall till I was done, and she just couldn't wait outside the door like you would in normal life. Oh my gosh, I knew it. You heard that? She said that when she has to pee, Allie has to lock herself in the stall next to her until she leaves out the stall. She can't be out there. Oh my gosh. Allie Carter can be by herself for 1 second, not even in the bathroom. She has to lock herself in the stall next to her mama, adopted predator, while she takes a piss. A mess. She says, why? Because I didn't know if the gangstalking was just to harass and intimidate, or if maybe they were one of the contract buyers, ex-pimps, or handlers. I didn't know if they had codes to trigger Allie's alters or mess with her programming. So she said people have codes that could possibly mess with her her alters. Like she said, she has DID. So please don't come in my chat talking about Allie has DID. As I was assuming, that has came from Shelly Carter saying that Allie has alters. Okay, that's from Shelly Carter. So I'm not gonna say anything about she having no DID and alters and all that programming shit, because that's all from Shelly Carter, and Shelly Carter ain't no motherfucking doctor. Okay. I didn't know if they, and I know some of this, oh, well, you gotta trust in doctors. Doctors don't know anything about MK programming. Shelly Carter is a possessive, controlling freak that's trying to diagnose this girl so she can have an in-house guinea pig for her own experimental purposes, because she wants to be an expert on MK Ultra and lead movements on MK Ultra. She's a psycho. And psychos like to have their own guinea pig or their own sample, okay, to where they can put to the world. So this is an example of MK Ultra in effect. And let me put it on camera when she's having panic attacks and anxiety attacks and other things happening to her, so I can say, yeah, you know what's happening. And she says, because I didn't know if the Gangstalking was just to harass and intimidate, or maybe they were one of the contract buyers, ex-pimps, or handlers. But she's always saying that one of the contract buyers might be author Allie Carter. I didn't know if they had codes to trigger Allie's authors or mess with her programming. I didn't know if they were trying to pass witchcraft, or if they would come close enough to put a hand on her shoulder and trigger hell for her. So she had to lock herself in the next bathroom so I could pee. So she had to lock herself in the next bathroom so she could pee. So whenever she had to go to the public bathroom, she had to pee, Allie Carter has to lock herself in the stall next to her, because she said so, because she feels like somebody's out there, Allie Carter. And it says it was a military female. It was very, very obvious. We were followed inside and outside. Her being military raised the threat level tenfold for me. Allie's MK programming was done at a military level. I don't know how it all works. I just know the outcome of things, and I know what happens if I don't make strategic moves to get Allie out of the way. I'm not overly paranoid, even though it may seem like I am. You are. If anything, I'm not paranoid, and I'm not paranoid enough. If you have been somewhere and feel like someone is staring and boring holes in you with their eyes, and turn around and someone else is like that. But is this, she says, but is then followed by a ton of odd, unexplainable, and unsettling things. I've been trying hard to get things on camera to show y'all. It happens so fast. It's always happening too fast to get everything on camera. And my first course of action is to move Allie out of the line of fire. Nothing is ever caught on camera, right? I would try harder to get the cameras on, because it's important for people to see how horribly survivors are stalked, threatened, and harassed. How they do not get a moment's peace ever, that no matter where we are, where they are gang stalked. We were in the middle of nowhere, in a place we have never been before. It does not matter where you are, where you go. I don't know if it's tied to trackers in Allie. She said that inside Allie, there's trackers inside of her. She said there's trackers in that girl body. If it's tied to the demonic and the stalker, or if it's other technology I'm unaware of, or if it's a combination of all those things, I suspect it's a bit of all three. I do know how to read the patterns of their evil, and that helps to me to stay alert. It's why I say it's like solving a problem backwards. Another survivor y'all are familiar with was gang stalked last week. She was almost hit 8 times by a white truck, 5 of those times within 2 minutes. Gang stalking looks a lot of ways. It was not an accident or coincidence. Color cards, color sequences are used to trigger programming, make threats, etc. So with that being said, I hope that this live has showed y'all a different what like in the mind of Shelly Carter. What is it like in the mind of Shelly Carter? What's floating through her mind, and what her beliefs are, her thinking is? Because like I said yesterday, I'm not team nobody. Each person, I believe, has issues, and each person needs to be, looked at. And this is me looking at Shelly Carter, and why I was speaking on Shelly Carter. Because when I was saying certain things were weird about Shelly Carter, I wasn't just speaking from a place of like whatever. I didn't read all of this stuff. I had skimmed through it. That's how I know what some of the stuff that I have to like skip over, or when it's coming or whatever. But obviously I did not read everything. Okay, but I read enough to know that she was weird. Now this right here is talking about Tori and this is, of course, she's not going to blot out or redact too much of this. It says Tori considers her previous foster mother, Shelly Carter, as her lifelong connection. Tori continues to maintain a significant bond with this family as she considers them her family and vice versa. Tori participates with the foster family in all family functions and exhibit a great respect for her foster family. Tori has a great respect for her foster family and genuine care for them while has been the motivating factor toward her great progress. Tori is comfortable talking to her foster mother about the problems she faces for guidance and direction. She came to you, okay, so for guidance and direction, Shelly, this right here, this whole MK shit, and she's programmed, she got trackers in her bodies every year on her birthday, intel this, intel that, that's abuse. You're abusive. You're abusive and a predator. So I definitely agree with her biological mother that you are a predator. You are, and you groomed her and brainwashed her. You have. You took somebody that was young and impressionable and possibly suffered some sort of abuse in some sort of way. I don't know what. And you brainwashed her. You did. She knows that Shelly, the foster mom, trusts her as well as she gives her the freedom to make choices in her life. Tori said that Shelly is her family and will be there if she needs any assistance in the future. So that was showing some old paperwork, okay? But notice when they were talking about the mom's paperwork, they redacted a lot of sentences. And that showed to me they were not being completely transparent and honest about what was in that report. I understand redacting identifiable information, personal information, but not sentences where it can show a different narrative or a different something you want to hide from the world or public. You're not being completely honest about what was stated. So this is Allie. I'm skipping over some of Allie's posts. Okay. I'm focused on Shelly Carter for today. Yeah. So essentially, I'm scrolling through to find some of that one video. I think it was posted around May. Okay, you actually like videotaping her in a small tent? So right here, they're talking about like a craft day. So I'm trying to scroll through so I can find that Vimno post, that video, and the whole thing about Shelly Carter leading a church, because I did mention that. And this right here when they posted a P.O. box where people can send letters and stuff. And obviously you post a P.O. box and people have your P.O. box, and obviously they might start sending other things too. It's besides just letters, right? Those that have sent us love and support, thank you. I'm just getting a lot. My phones are on overload. You have no idea what some of y'all just did, how much y'all have helped. You have no idea how much we appreciate you. Some days get so dark and suffocating. It feels like there is no way, and we just have to wait and walk by faith and not by sight. This army is more than a blessing. I really just love your unconditional support, heart, and fight. That would never change. The fight that is not just about me. This war needs way more soldiers, but we have so many and never ever thought this would happen. So anyways, what I think, it says wait. It says, thank you so much. We are going to be in somewhere warm tonight. We can take some baths and probably make our own food. So anyways, with that being said, it's clear as day by this post that they did receive some sort of a lot of support. And with that support, they were able to get a place, like at least have somewhere warm to go, and then also to get some baths and make their own food and things like that. So what I'm trying to say is they have these, they have video chats and they have lives. And during those lives, that's when I feel like they dry beg or say certain things or do certain things. And also through emails is how they get people to send money. So no, I don't think they actually do everything where they don't get donations or accept money from people. They actually do. Okay. They do, but not in the front of everybody's face so you can actually see it being done. So that whole notion about they don't get any support or any of that, or they don't accept money, or they reject money or turn away money. No, they don't. And they also always keep on posting this P.O. box, knowing good and well that people are not going to just send a letter to the P.O. box. If you feel like somebody is in need, they're on the run, their life is in danger, and they need help, and you have their address, some people are compassionate and nice, so they're going to automatically, without even, being asked, they'll probably just send something to the P.O. box. Okay? But yes, there is a post also that says it's posted by admin. It was posted by admin asking people to send money to Vimno or whatever. Hold on. A lot of these have already been posted publicly, on social media. So I'm skipping over those postings. So right here, she said they tried to kill me. Doctors had no clue what was wrong. Feeding tubes were painful. There were so many tests and nothing helped. They couldn't stop the poison. If you go to the hospital and doctors do a lot of tests and they can't find nothing wrong, that reminds me of TJ. That reminds me of TJ. It does. So with that being said, is Allie the one having this moonchasm stuff, saying that like she's sick so she can get attention? Or is it that there's a such thing as if you believe that you are sick because you are told that you are sick, that you are being like you've been poisoned or people are after you, you might actually start having physical symptoms of stuff that's not actually true. It's hard to explain, but it can go different ways. So it depends on what y'all think. Do you think that Allie is pretending to be sick and do all these things for attention? Or do you think that she's actually, I don't know, y'all. Maybe that she's actually Shelly doing something to her to make her sick or feel sick or scream. I don't know. It says, I spent 40 days straight in the hospital fighting out poison that doctors could not find. Why do you believe that you were poisoned? Who told you that you were poisoned? Or why you got it in your mind that you were poisoned? It says, my pimp contacted me, and after I refused to talk to him, I was poisoned. I still smiled. This was a thread from one of my pimps when I said, no, I spent 40 days like this. She said this was a thread from one of her pimps. So they're saying that this is the thread the pimp left. Hey there, my queen. I had a proposition for you. How about for all your dedication and progression, I feel you deserve more. It doesn't even say you are. It says you're a woman now. I've heard you work hard. How about half of your earnings as I raise you? Now, baby girl, I've done a little math on that, and that's over 2.7 million yours. Hell, I'll even give it to you in cash. No bullshit. And then it's in caps. No bullshit is in caps. Yours, contact me when you're ready. Just think about it. All right. Yeah, Shelly Carter. Shelly Carter, bring your ass here. Both you and Allie always like to put things in caps, like in midway. Y'all have lowercase and y'all like to put it in caps. Sound like somebody trying to use Ebonics or somebody trying to speak a different way than they normally speak or sound. Shelly motherfucking Carter. I think Shelly Carter's, I'm sorry to say, but I think Shelly Carter's behind a lot of this shit. You heard me? Hey there, my queen. That sounds like somebody pretending to be somebody black or pretending to be somebody sending something to her. If y'all don't stop this bullshit, nobody like, hey there, my queen, with all this. This is Shelly Carter. And Shelly, you can't even stop with your big old caps and your random caps lock shit. That's you, Shelly Carter. For 40 days straight, I could not stop throwing up, and the pain was so much I had to be drugged with extreme pain medication. Shelly Carter, what's going on over there, Shelly Carter? Shelly. What is going on over there, Shelly Carter? That's what I want to know. For 40 days straight, I could not stop throwing up, and the pain was so much I had to be drugged with extreme pain medication. Interesting. Interesting. So when you said no to this alleged pimp, now you feel poison, and you kept on throwing up and throwing up and throwing up. "40 days on a feeding tube." What is going on with Shelly Carter and Allie Carter? Huh? "This was a time my pimp found me. He sent this message and knew where I was before I had any idea which way he was coming from." Oh, I wonder why this person knew where you were. I was poisoned one night right after I got off work as a server. My friend that was supposed to take me home had all of her windows smashed from the car. My dog was already sick when I got home because he found my house. I dropped weight so fast no one understood what was wrong. One day the pain was unbearable. I was admitted into the hospital. I spent 40 days straight on a feeding tube fighting for my life. People don't understand that this life of human slavery is not just about sex. It is rooted in deep control and power that has grown like a poisonous, powerful fungus. People know, but no one can take it down. People see it, but there is not one person to go to. They know they are strong. They feed off the fear and the fact that people like you will never be able to stop it. This is a war that still needs more soldiers. Y'all, when I say this is all Twilight Zone, this is the Twilight Zone. Hold on one second. So what I can say is by 2024 and not even moving into 2025, 2024 definitely was the year of exposure, and I think 2025 will continue along that same trajectory and that same path about exposing. This is an artistic representation of one group of alters. Most MK victims will have many groups. Shelly Carter has it in her mind that MK Ultra victims that have been programmed and things, such as she believes Allie Carter, her adopted daughter, has been programmed, that they have alters. Not because, just, that they have a lot of these people have dissociative identity disorder, a lot of alters. So please don't come in here acting like some doctor diagnosed her with dissociative identity disorder, some licensed psychiatrist that actually has the credentials to back what they are saying. This is all Shelly Carter. And the last time I checked, she's not a psychiatrist or even a psychologist. Okay? And also, they won't be diagnosing anybody with no MK Ultra programming. Hold on. So I'm going to skip over this stuff. So the last thing I'm really going to show y'all for today, if you enjoyed this live today and it gave you some insight or a little bit of more knowledge about Shelly Carter, then please support this channel for free by hitting that like button. That's a free way to support the channel to get this video into the algorithm. So please support. And we will continue on with more stuff about Shelly Carter and this whole Allie Carter stuff that's going on. So now I'm going to show you actually the post. This post right here, I definitely want to show y'all because I want to make sure I cover the topics I said I would cover. Right here. Allie Carter says, my mom is going to lead a church service. This is why I'm about to log off. My mom is going to lead a church service around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for listening. We will try to live stream as well. We cannot live stream the music that will play because we will get blocked. So to listen to the worship music, please go to the 90s Prayer War Room. Much love. Thank you for putting out some eggs today with fact sheets and them. I'm still going to try to get as many out as I can till the end of the month. As you can see, my mom is going to lead a church service. Evangelist Shelly Carter, Minister Shelly Carter, Pastor Shelly Carter, a church service. And let's be clear, she's gonna intertwine and embed MK Ultra, satanic rituals, and all the things that she wants to teach, or should I say brainwash, into her 90s news people, nation. 90s Nation is the name. 90s Nation News. Allie's Army. Shelly wants to be a leader. And it looks like to me, she has gotten her wish. A cult. And she has it under the name of Allie Carter, even trying to trademark the name of Allie with her new name that she adopted this person, right? And don't forget this. When you adopt somebody, you legally become their parent and obtain all rights. And those rights include, when that person is in a hospital, you can have certain rights if you want to. Like, let's say if you have, they are unable to make decisions, or if they pass away due to some circumstances, you will inherit. You will get the inheritance, insurance, anything like that, because now, ladies and gentlemen, you are legally tied to that person as an official mother and daughter. Ooh. So I hope that Shelly Carter isn't the Grim Reaper that she comes across as, to be honest. Because someone this possessive and this controlling, they won't let somebody go, like just walk out the door and live their life independently from them. Nope. This person, in my opinion, this person is dangerous because her control, she's willing to say and do anything to control and possess Allie Carter. I'm sorry, she is. But anyways, with that being said, this is my proof. That's why I said the person that's leading this is a person that once Allie Carter makes these videos and she's recruiting people to Allie's Army, they join this server, they join this group, they become a part of the 90s Nation, and now they attend these services, and the person behind the pulpit, the person leading these so-called church services, is Shelly Carter, the leader. So everybody saying, Allie Carter, what Allie Carter saying? No, she's just the face of it and the mouthpiece, and to be honest, the victim and the walking guinea pig of it. But ultimately, the leader of it is Shelly Carter. So Shelly Carter is using Allie to build an army of people that she can brainwash into all this MK Ultra and programming and all this other stuff going on. And I'm sorry if you're out there believing all this MK Ultra programming, that's on you. But I'm telling you right now, Shelly is using that to brainwash people. Okay? Yeah. And I would say that if you actually are following the teachings of Shelly Carter, you are following the teachings of a sadistic, psychotic person. A psychopath. And by psychopath, a sociopath usually is kind of sloppy with their work. They're sloppy and they're not as calculated and as calculated, and they're highly emotional. They get emotional. Psychopaths know how to like Jag is more of a sociopath, because she rages and jags out. This lady is more like a psychopath. She's not gonna really break. You're not gonna see her emotional or showing a lot of emotions or spazzing out or not being able to take control of her emotions. In fact, she might actually, you know, she's not gonna show herself that way. This lady is a psychopath, and definitely more calculated plan, so less likely to get caught when they're doing certain things. A sociopath is more likely to get caught than a psychopath. Now let's see here. There are many celebrities registered as sex offenders. This video is just part 1. To see all the other videos, you can go to our Facebook or Instagram. Cuba Gooding Jr., Jeffrey Jones, Harvey Weinstein, ASAP Bari, Victor Salvo, Elvis Presley, Mike Tyson, and Roman Polanski or whatever. Talking about grooming. Let's think about you, Shelly Carter. This is always being reposted and reposted. So yes, Shelly Carter is the leader of their church. They have church services. 90s church services led by Shelly Carter. And I guarantee you those church services is not about Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I bet you MK Ultra is going to be mentioned 1,000,000 times. Okay. Hold on 1 second. So let me read this one. It says, I have seriously messed. Okay, so I definitely want to read this one from I have seriously messed up self-esteem issues. If only you knew. I have guilt from situations in my childhood that were out of control. I never believed I would be close to the woman I am now. Some things I have been put in the middle of, I can't forgive myself for. I have been called things out of every book. I have been shattered in pieces that are too sharp for me to pick up myself. No one has ever said they were sorry. No one ever tried to protect me. I'm really simple. I always have been loving. Loving someone is really easy, but people make it very complicated. I have never wanted anything more than priceless, unconditional, real, patient, and genuine love. I'm not talking about sex. The amount of shit I went through by 12, I'm good on intimacy in that way. I don't want to date guy or girl. I don't want fame, media cookie, or a trophy for surviving. I would love if people could hear me for the truth. Someone called me a whore with the makeover, and I think I can take that as a compliment. My heart, my body, my mind, and my spirit did have a makeover with everything that will surface, pictures, videos. I really want to thank you 90s warriors for seeing us. Some things are so deep that I don't have answers. So she said that she really doesn't want to like care about intimacy with a man, a girl, or a guy. And that main issues about unconditional, priceless love. I never thought the demons of my past would let me go. My mom did laps around hell to drag me out of the darkest hole so many people tried to bury me in. She did not drag you out of a dark hole and to save you from the, you know, she's actually a, Lord have mercy. The person you thought saved you is actually a predator. Like, if somehow you go from foster home and you think that's bad, but then you go to somebody adopts you and this person is just as worse or bad. I don't know what the end game of everything is, but she's thinking of her adopted mother as a savior. I don't know what the end game of everything is, but I'm really learning how to be proud of myself rather than just living with the truth that tears me up every day. I just want y'all to know that so many other survivors need you, some that don't even know they need you. My wish is that one day we will wake up and people will be covering the streets for the children, for those who have had to pick up the pieces and leave some behind. One day I really hope everyone understands. For now, I'm really trying. Thank you to those who choose to fight with us. I know y'all see us in the same sweatshirts for months at a time with a dry scalp and nappy hair. We do clean up pretty good when we are not going through nonstop hell. A brush, a shower, and a few peaceful moments can do wonders for the inside and outside. I do believe, and she's posting pictures of herself where she feels like she cleans up nicely. Like I can clean up nicely when we're not going through hell. Now here's the thing. Are y'all really going through real hell, or is made up hell? Made up hell means that somebody else is always making it so you're on the run or on the move, or somebody's after you, or this is happening or that is happening. That's made up. Reminds me of Jag, right? Real life. Now, real life and struggles can happen, but a lot of the stuff that she's saying, like you have to go lock yourself in the stall next to her while she's taking while she's going to the bathroom, that's made up. Yeah, made up hell. Exactly, Dominique. So she's actually reminiscing about the times where she knows it's more presentable. This is about the adoption paperwork, which I did check, and that is a real case number with real parties. She's posting that again. And this is about the kitty, the Panthers, but Jag thought was about her. I still think it's about Jag because she did mention Patreon, and I remember a lot of stuff that she talked about was about the Patreon and all that with Jag. I'm just saying. Oh no, she just threw that in there. Okay, I'm trying to find now the Vimno post, and then I'm gonna hang it up because I'm getting sleepy. Okay. Let's see here. Shout out to Jen. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. If you're a gifting membership from Jen, thank you so much again for gifting memberships. If you're a gifting membership from Jen, please say thank you for the gifting memberships. And also, please put some hearts in the chat. I think y'all did already earlier. But please put some hearts in the chat to show love to Jen for their generosity of gifting those memberships. Jazz and Yas and everybody else. Remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. So what I'm gonna do now is look for that Vimno post, because I'm sure people are like, where's that Vimno post? No, I did screenshot it as well. So if I need to, I can just get off my phone. So I want to pick up where we left off as well. So it's gonna be April 23rd, 2022. And so right here, says 90s, I love y'all, but CPS already tried the reunification process and it did not work. My real mother is sitting right here talking about Shelly. I have no questions about that. I don't know what the complete truth is about my family, but they are all wicked, evil. What I'm trying to tell you is to dig deeper than that. Black Panther deeper than that. Find the connections. It has something to do with you every day. I have said it before and I will say it again. Every person that had a hand in my life was evil. And as far as I'm concerned, they can all burn on the further side of hell. The same side of hell they took me to. They would never take responsibility for their actions because I'm still dealing with the consequences of their actions. It's deeper than that. It's way deeper than that. And she's pretty much talking about CPSR tribe family unification with her bio mother and stuff, I guess. And right here it says, hey, y'all, my mom is leading church right now. You see? My mom is leading church. Shelly Carter is holding church services. Now, in front of all the cameras on YouTube and all these videos, she always has Allie Carter. But behind the scenes, once people are recruited, Shelly Carter takes over because she considers herself an expert. Shelly, Allie is just a recruiter. She is a recruiter. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I wonder who all is in this whole 90s cult and how those people are being oh shit. Lord have mercy. A lot of Allie's Army people are a lot of brainwashed people, just like Allie, into this whole stuff. Lord have mercy. Yeah, where is the Netflix doc on this? Child, this is a mess. The 90s Army is a bunch of people just like, and she's also saying a lot. And remember, her message is that a lot of people that are survivors that they're trying to target are all programmed. So she's telling people their program. So a lot of people out here that are survivors following the teachings, and yes, teachings of Shelly Carter, I think in their program with altars. Lord have mercy. Because she says that she is obvious that she can spot somebody. Hold on. Ali has not confirmed or denied the Tupac allegations. Please be respectful of this in chat. It's confirmed or not denied. Why would you say denied? Why would you say she's not? That's not her father. Why you try to leave people in suspense? Anyway, that has been completely debunked. Her bio mother has already came out, been interviewed by another YouTuber, and the bio mom said that she actually stated the bio father's name today. So that's been debunked. So next caller. We will be live in just a few minutes. We have something to say. My mother and I are not excited. Wait, what's this right here? So this right here is, let's talk about diamond programming. It says many Illuminati children go through either metals or jewels programming. Occasionally will go through both. Jewels is considered higher than metals and more difficult to obtain. Child, so this is going through how people are programmed. And again, she's saying that, you know, Ali was programmed. Lord have mercy. I'm not getting all into this stuff today, okay? But as you can see, I'm scrolling through so you can still read it for yourself. A mess. So this is how people stand outside with anti-trafficking signs. Okay, so tomorrow I come back starting with April 29th, 2022. I'm gonna be done for today. The timer is almost up. We will have 90 service led by my mom in 10 minutes. See, the mom is holding church services, child. A mess. I heard it all before. See, when I first heard about Ali Carter, it's just like Ali Carter. A lot of people not saying Shelly Carter, Shelly Carter, Shelly Carter. But see, the thing is, people should be saying Shelly Carter, Shelly Carter, Shelly Carter, because that's who's actually leading the church services. Once people are recruited into this whole 90s nation, and by the way, people say nation, a lot of times they're trying to actually insinuate or imply they're trying to build a following or a group of people in some sort of, you know, nation thing. So she's right here. Her mom is going to lead the church services or the service. Right here, Shelly again. Can you help? Can you keep Ali in your prayers today, please? Anytime a survivor speaks out, moves to action, or seeks help, they get backlash in the form of pain, chaos, confusion, demonic attacks, or tons of other things, like having their programming messed with. So here she goes. Every time Ali speaks out, her program is messed with. And who says she's programmed? Shelly Carter. So she says every time Ali Carter speaks out, her program is messed with. Ali knew the call to action video that was released yesterday will bring backlash to her, as will the scheduled talk on corn and the release of the upcoming docuseries. We will do it anyway because it's the truth and it's the right thing to do, and kids' lives are at stake. Truth is costly. It always has been. Today's cause of truth is that Ali's programming is being attacked, and they are attempting to manipulate it right now, and she's in extreme pain. So she's saying that Ali Carter is in extreme pain because people are messing with her programming. Now, what you have to always remember is, who in the world told her that she was programmed in the first place? Oh, I know. Remember the beginning of this live, if you were here? It is my belief that Ali Carter has been programmed. Those are in the words of Shelly Carter. And she also has intel that tells her things about her alleged sex trafficking contracts. I gotta put my banner up again. And then every now and then she'll post like disturbing pictures to try to like pull on the hearts of people, of course, to get people like, hey, the children. And this is like a repeat post of Shelly repeating the same things, talking about Elon Musk. Okay, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to upload my own screenshot of when I took the Vimno, because I thought it was around this May date, but I don't see it. So it's further down. But I took a screenshot of it, so I'll just upload my screenshot. Okay, so this is Shelly. We have been focused on Johnny and Amber and have taken sides with people leaning toward Johnny as the victim. I've not seen a fraction of that energy directed at Ghislaine, Maxwell's evil dealings, or the true victims. What if Deb was Maxwell's client? Will we still be talking about poor Johnny? Likely it will be crickets, because there is true crime in the mix. Deb and her are both MK Ultra slaves. So here she goes and saying other people are MK Ultra slaves. Both are involved in very dark and evil things involving children. None of them is a victim in this case, but they are playing a role to keep you focused on petty and inconsequential things. So again, a lot of this stuff that Ali Carter's out here spewing, it's coming from her. And don't forget, who will have a lot of knowledge of more celebrities? Who would have all these, like, she's 57 years old. Some of the people that Ali Carter is mentioning are also like people that she wouldn't just randomly pick. Like, you know what I'm saying? She would pick more people based on her being 30 years old and being a millennial. You know, she's some names being brought up is obviously Shelly Carter would be bringing that up at 57, bringing those names up at those places. It's clear. So that's why I'm showing y'all this today, is to show y'all that a lot of stuff y'all are hearing from Ali Carter, it's actually Shelly Carter saying these same things. Okay. And also become like more of an expert on some of these topics. So obviously, who's the teacher and who's the student? That's the question, right? Is Ali Carter the teacher or the student? Is Shelly Carter the teacher or the student? I can tell you right now, it started off this whole thing, the first person to type in this shit, Shelly Carter. And it says, neither of them is a victim in this case, but they are playing a role to keep you focused on petty and inconsequential things. while ignoring global crimes against humanity happening in your own neighborhood. Thoughts on Elon Musk? So many of you are casting your lots with him because he is restoring free speech on Twitter. Evil often wears a mask of truth. Please do some digging on who he is before you set him up as a hero in your world. Evil works its ways. Evil works its best when it holds some truth and deception. Roe versus Wade. Okay, a popular case. A lot of dark things are trying to be restored, and rightfully so. So I'm not gonna keep on reading all this, but pretty much Shelly is always talking about MK Ultra and the children. Okay. So when I said the other day that Shelly is in charge of all this, that's exactly what I was meaning. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Okay, I think we're getting close to where I left off. So these pictures right here, these videos of Allie Carter and Shelly. Y'all want to see these things, but I don't know when these were taken. She made like a happy Mother's Day post.
Thank you for being a friend. I've been trapping on my own. Couple.
Ciao. They two are together like every second of the day.
If you put one fin on that boat, are you listening to me? Don't touch the boat. Nemo! Touch the boat. If you put one fin on that boat, are you listening to me? Don't touch the boat.
Yeah, that's gonna feed into people's whole thing about they're a couple. But happy Mother's Day. Hold on. Where's the one with her talking about her mother? I wanted the one with Shelly talking about her mother and grandmother and how she was taking care of them while they were ill. It's that same post they keep on posting over and over. Again, more posts about for the children. I have been in the screen pain for a while, damn near 2 weeks. I don't think y'all hear me or understand me when I say there are witches amongst the everyday threats, and spiritual war is not a joke. Have you really researched how extreme voodoo dolls are? Have you seen the emergency for voodoo dolls in your gas stations, and grocery stores? And I'm not talking about if you live in the South. It is not a game, but I'm getting up. I have been rebuking, pleading the blood of Jesus and fighting, and I'm not going to stop. Today is my mom's birthday. So with that being said, she said she has been in screen pain for a while and that it's witches out there. So remember, her mom always said, well, her adopted mom keeps on telling her that people are out there putting rituals and satanic rituals and doing sorts of all kinds of stuff to her body. So I don't know. What do y'all make of all this? My mom is my best friend and my hero. Her hero, exactly, right? She says, every day we go through hell and my mom remains calm and powerful image of what God's love and patience looks like. Your mom stays calm because she knows it's not a real threat. She can stay calm because she's a psychopath and she's making all this shit up. There's no real threat. You're the one scared because you think it's a real threat. Well, allegedly. What do y'all think? You think Allie thinks it's a real threat? She knows it's all bullshit and lies. I do think she has been brainwashed to believe everything that is coming out. It's up to your own interpretation. In my opinion, I'm seeing brainwashing happening with intel and telling this girl all sorts of weird lies and saying it's from your intel. It's weird. And through all these posts, I'm seeing a lot of stuff for like her mom's, like celebrating the moms. It's the mom's Mother's Day, birthday. But Allie Carter's birthday, it just so happens to be ruined, I guess, because she has to say for her birthday, that's when she has to be auctioned. And the biggest buyers, that's the biggest buy day for her sex trafficking contract. It says, this is admin. Please pray for Allie. She is under spiritual attack. Yeah, is that admin or Shelly? This is again, Clara Parker is actually Shelly Carter. She changed her Facebook name to Clara Parker for those interested in being nosy. And even in this post from 2016, she was talking about trafficking. The presidents before him were just as evil. This is the truth, as I know it to be a mom of an ex-trafficked kid. The presidents before him were just as evil. The ones that follow him will be bad, if not worse. Bush and Clinton were just as guilty. So even back in 2016, Shelly Carter was saying all this stuff. Before Allie Carter got on the internet saying all this stuff, Clara Parker, aka Shelly Carter, aka Clara Parker, was on Facebook saying all this same shit. So what came first? And I'm telling y'all, a lot of this stuff that Allie Carter is saying online came from Shelly Carter, all the way dating back some of this stuff from 2016. And remember, she adopted her in 2014. So she's been saying this shit. It says, I'm going to post some memories from my mom's Facebook today. So she actually archived. Shelly Carter has went through her Facebook and deleted some of these posts. So some of these posts are not even on her Facebook anymore because she deleted them. I'm clicking on them for people that want to like look at them, but I'm not reading all these things. The one I want to read is the one from About Her. And these are some weird drawings. I think that Allie really believes that she actually is programmed. But she actually is programmed. Do y'all think that she believes that she is programmed for real? That she believes her adopted mother's stories about her being programmed and all this stuff? And what would make Allie Carter someone that would actually believe this gibberish, this stuff? And that the thing that happened from an early age when she first came into her care in 2009. And then from that moment on, throughout these years, she's been so possessive and controlling over her life to where she can brainwash her with all this nonsense. These are hand-drawn pictures from child alters ages 6 to 10. The kid alters are usually able to draw in detail the evil that was done to them to the smallest detail. So this is Shelly Carter making a whole post about alters. So again, as I stated, the person that's obsessed with MK Ultra alters, and she's trying, when people say alters, please understand they're trying to insinuate or imply DID, dissociative identity disorder. Okay, so that's why she keeps on saying alters. So people say, oh, she has alters, she's trying to say she has DID, but in a different way. In a more different, complex way, in the form of like MK Ultra programming kind of way. And Allie says, I remember this well. The doctor read my file and record. He thought he could do whatever he wanted since I was already hurt. Didn't go so well. So let me read this one. Well, apparently I'm going to be writing a rant a day. Wednesday's rant. This is 2015. Shelly Carter. Mental health professional or a doctor, as you call yourself, a little common sense goes a long way. Somehow you thought it was a great idea to separate me from my child on her first visit, even though you have her detailed history in front of you. I noticed because you told me you just reviewed it, which is why we had to wait 20 minutes past our scheduled time. So in the first 3 minutes, you escort me out, which I obliged with a smirk at your arrogance. The doctor might want you out of the room for the examination to question her because, Lord have mercy. So she is upset because the doctor wanted her to leave the room while he, did like probably question her of this or I don't know. So she didn't like that. It says, to separate me from my child on her first visit, even though you have her detailed history in front of you. I noticed because you told me you just reviewed it, which is why we had to wait 20 minutes past our scheduled time. So in the first 3 minutes, you escort me out, which I obliged with a smirk at your arrogance because that's the way your patience runs. So why are you in front of me 3 minutes later asking me to return again to your office? And I find her in full-blown panic mode, hyperventilating, after you closed the door and told her she could not have me there and threatened to not treat her if she insisted on me being with her. Asshole, that could have all been avoided if you would have put your controlling agenda aside, giving her a while to acclimate, get to know you, leave the door open. Yes, she would sign to waive confidentiality in lieu of feeling safe. I'm so over you pompous pricks. Is why we manage on our own. And yes, I'm calling your superior. Panic attack for nothing. 2 hours wasted. You are still an ass. And I wonder why she would have such a panic attack or certain things happening, because you always make it seem like she's in danger every second. If you're not around her every second, she's in danger. That's what you told her. And right here she says, thanks again for all prayers. 2009, she has been doing this since 2016. Look, she says several men assisted another man with climbing into the trunk to lie in wait for us as we exited my grandma's rest home late last night. They were observed by other visitors and staff and were chased off. As we drove home, 2 cars attempted to run us off the road. We are safe and God is always, always faithful. Of course, no receipts. The rest home staff witnessed all of this. Yeah, what rest home? What staff? Police reports were made, but where are the police reports? No evidence. Okay, here it is right here. This is like, okay. It says 6 years ago was pure hell. My mom and grandma were both dying, and I was their only caregiver. I was trying to help this survivor who was stranded, exiled in Yucatan, Mexico, without a passport or a dime to her name. She says her mom and grandmother were both dying, and she was their caregiver. This is my last post for tonight, and we'll finish tomorrow. Her mom and grandmother were both dying, and Shelly Carter was their caregiver. Now, what happened to Allie Carter? She said she was in the hospital for 40 days after she got this alleged letter from this pimp. And why didn't she go to the police? Oh, she can't go to the police because Shelly Carter said one of the cops is one of her buyers on the contract. You see how she keeps her trapped? You can't go to the police. You can't do this. You can't do that because the police are in on it. The doctors are on it. Everybody's in on it. So you can't go anywhere. Besides me, I can protect you because as long as I'm here and I'm your savior, you're protected, nobody's going to bother you. So my mom and grandma were both dying, and I was their only caregiver. And that's true. As I said yesterday, I said something is weird because I said the mom and grandmother died in a certain amount of time. She had already was getting a temporary conservatorship over her grandma, Alberta. And she says, I was trying to help the survivor who was stranded, exiled in Mexico without a passport or died to her name. Sure. I've been communicating with her over a year. She was knowledgeable about detoxing as it related to MK Ultra, etc. Oh, Lord. I often sent money to help her with food and medicine for her and her animals. Then she magically showed up on our doorstep. She was sent by Allie's handlers to activate her programming, and she was likely there to kill me. I had to quickly move Allie out of the way while still caring for my mom and grandma. I tried to find a place to help the survivor. There were none. This is reason number 543 of how I know trafficking agencies do not work to help actual survivors. I spent days trying to find help for her, but there was no help. I let her stay in our home, and I moved Allie out of the way. This survivor was a super soldier, trained assassin. I did not fear her, but I also couldn't have 2 survivors in the same room like that. Allie was not in a good place, and this survivor was not in a good place. And when I said the other day, when I showed y'all that profile of that callers, I said that's her avatar. She always has this like headless avatar. She's a weirdo. She had that same headless avatar on that college profile I showed y'all, right? That's why I told y'all that's her avatar. When I said that's her avatar, that's what I meant. That means that I had already looked at her Facebook and I had already looked at this to see her avatar. You see? So when I say somebody is weird, that means that I told y'all I had already been doing some research on this stuff. That lady is weird. Okay? This is what I mean. Now, some people might think this is normal, but It's hard to explain how that looks, but she was sent by her enemies and she was still being handled. She was totally unaware. So she's saying that she could recognize people being handled our program. She was also unaware that she had alters. There she goes. But I saw them. In fact, I bought them a stuffed animal and their eyes lit up and they held it so tight. I would have loved to be able to help her and work with her alters, but I could not help both survivors at once. So she's saying that somebody showed up and this person had alters. This person was unaware. She showed them a bear and their eyes lit up. They were unaware of the alters, but she knew of it. This is a brutal war and it requires making harsh decisions for the greater good. Had I tried to help both her and Allie at that time, the message we carry now would have been silenced on the spot. We finally found a social worker willing to help her with the place to stay, and this survivor completely disappeared off the face of the earth. Sure, Shelly. Somebody disappeared off the face of the earth. People are always disappearing people and disappearing things. Can't go to the police, can't go to law, can't do nothing. She used to be a whistleblower and spoke out a lot. I've not seen or heard from her since on any platforms. My mom died a few days after all this went down. My grandma died a few months later. This was the most brutal year of them all. She was a caretaker for both. Everything piled on me this year. I got Bell's palsy. So she got Bell's palsy. I forgot what Bell's palsy is, I'll be honest. So let me do a quick Google search. I forgot what that is. Isn't that like something that can get you kind of like not paralyzed, but something like joints or something? I can't remember. Let me see. Oh, I was right. Yeah. My memory serves me well. A neurological disorder that causes weakness or paralysis in the muscles on one side of the face. So okay, I did. I got it. But I wanted to make sure. Okay, so let me see. I got Bell's palsy. I had to care for my grandma 24/7. My mom was dying. Allie was still struggling with handlers coming to the house. So Allie Carter struggling with handlers coming to the house. Your mom is dying. Your grandma is dying. You're the only caregiver for all these people. You got too much on your plate. You got Bell's palsy. And Shelly Carter, what else do you got? What else do you got, Shelly Carter? I'm going to put up a poll as we end this live. And I'm telling y'all right now. That's why I said Shelly Carter is weird. There's too much going on. And I hate to be a person like that because I'm usually not like that. When I say I want all the deaths around her to be investigated, now I hope y'all can see now why I said that. Allie Carter talking about she having these weird pains and these weird symptoms that nobody can find out what this reason is. And then we have these mama and grandma dying within a few months of each other, and she's the only caregiver for both of them. And then on top of that, we have what else happened? Oh, she was trying to get conservatorship over her grandma before then, like some sort of like, oh, that's over her person, her body, and her estate. Shout out to Dani, baby. Thank you so much for the cash app. Yeah, something. Yeah, she says towards a snack or a drink or something. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Dani, baby. To be honest, I didn't even eat nothing yesterday because I knew that if I ate, I get itis and I get sleepy, and then I won't be able to last long on the live. And then I said I was gonna do like a 2-hour live and then eat something, but then now I'm here 5 hours later. But yeah, shout out to you, Dani, baby. I appreciate it, and that's by choice, by the way, people. Because if I eat something, I'll get itis and I get sleepy. So to avoid getting itis, I'll just skip a meal until I'm done with all my work for the day, everything I'm gonna do, and then I'll eat. But anyway, shout out to you. I appreciate it. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. So right here, and she says right here, Allie was still struggling with handlers coming to the house, and she says new alters coming up. So she says that now she said new alters are coming up. We have to move, etc. She is the one that said Allie Carter has dissociative identity disorder, as known as multiple personality disorder. People tend to disassociate, and it's like a form of protection. I'm not getting all into that right now, but I'm sure most people know what it is. With that being said, it was a lot. It was one of those years all you can do is just Y'all, let me tell y'all something. Try to hold on to, I think maybe I got 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night if I was lucky. If Allie finally went to sleep and wasn't having flashbacks, my grandma, like clockwork, would get up and be wandering the house the second Allie was asleep. So it was necessary for me to be up. That year cultivated a tenacity in me and a trust in God like no other. It's why I might seem unshakable now. It's not anything special about me. I just know who God is. He has shown me repeatedly. I'm not gonna get all into her talking about God because I think it's all fake. Okay, I'm being honest. I skip over stuff for people when I believe that they're Bible thumping and they're not sincere. And then right here at 2016 to continue, it says, I have a friend that comes from a past like Laney. So by the way, she was actually going by that name. That's why she said Laney, but she was going by Laney on one of the profiles, and she still has it. I have a friend that comes from a past. Allie Carter. I have a friend that comes from a past like Laney. She lives in a one-room cement outbuilding with no running water. She has to scrounge for food and is dressed in rags. She is all alone. She is a whistleblower and exposed high-level corruption in the world of trafficking. She's paying the price now. Paying the price for it now. I am planning to send her some new clothes and shoes, art, sketch supplies, and some pet trees, etc. If you are so inclined to help, it will be much appreciated. Shelly Carter, you have what I call invisible friend syndrome, invisible people syndrome. You do not have no, at this time writing this post, you do not have nobody in this situation or circumstances. You make up invisible people. She's always making up these invisible people that stop by, show up, come by, that need help. No, the supplies would go towards you. It would go towards you. You're fake. So I see your agenda. You're always saying that that there's somebody that needs this or that, but it's actually going to be towards your ass. Or somebody showed up, or this person did this, or person that did, and it's you. Okay, I'm gonna stop here, y'all. For real. What kind of pictures is this? She really enjoys dance, and that's what she really wants to do. But obviously, I bet what's her name has something to do with it. Shelly Carter, with her not dancing anymore. Okay, I'm gonna stop at May 23rd, but give me 1 second because I want to show y'all that Vimno. I thought I could just scroll and find it, but it's just too much. So what I have to do is just upload it from my phone. Hold on. Wait. So I'm gonna just stop because hold on. But this is what I found so far. I didn't go through all these yet, but I did find one proof that of them dry begging. Okay, pretending like it's from admin. I believe the admin stuff is actually Shelly Carter. Yeah, she's a control freak, so I don't see her really giving control to somebody to make posts on here and do all that shit. And here she is with more programming stuff, but we'll get into that more. That pretty much actually is a lot of boils down to is that there's not a lot about an MK programming and people are after them. And she, Allie Carter misses dancing. She misses dancing. She misses being a dance teacher. That's her passion is dancing. But something tells me that Shelly Carter is too much of a control freak to allow her to do anything that could lead to some sort of independence, and also connecting with new friends and new people, possibly even a love interest or anything outside of her. And that's when she was dancing inside of a studio that I guess they had a house at one point, and it was a studio that was set up in the house. And this is a calendar. I did see this, a calendar of them trying to do protests and things. But yeah, let me go ahead and upload this one I already got. Oh, and there was another video too. There was another video of her like having a panic attack. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, here's one right here. Right here it says 90s. Talk about the 90s nation. The ladies have lost everything. Their car, house, now phones too. And the sentence from admin. They have lost their car, house, now phones too. They won't ask. It said they won't ask. We, the admin, are asking to help bless these women, these strong warrior women, so they can get on the other side of this battle. Please keep them in your prayers, and remember, anything helps. God bless you all, admin. I believe that Shelly Carter is admin. Okay, Allison Carter. Allison Leilani, and they put that Vimno, and there is the Scantron or the code for Vimno. 90s, the ladies have lost everything, their car, house, now phones too. They won't ask. We, the admin, are asking. Yeah, that's the same thing as having a monetized platform. You might not post it, but admin, moderators, whoever posts it, that's still monetizing your platform. Okay. So with that being said, they also post their emails a lot, and they have a lot of like this church service and other church services, and emailing campaigns and things like that. So I believe that their grifting and their scamming is not upfront and direct, but in the line of dry begging. If you're always making it seem like you're broke, you're on the run, you're on the move, you don't have much, you don't have this, you're posting your P.O. box, you're having people email you, and you're posting your Vimno, or you're having these search service and things like that, you're fine. There is a way to get money without actually asking money for directly all the time. So you can't really speak on monetized platforms if you're monetizing but using your admin. So they don't want to ask for money, but the admin. Okay, well, welcome to monetization. Posting your information for people to donate. Okay. Yeah, I can say I don't ask for anything, but then people can see my moderators posting my information throughout there, so people can support or not support. And yeah, so with that being said, that's going to be it for today. I was trying to actually find the other video because that was an interesting video. Well, y'all, when I say they post too much, they post too much. There's another video of her like having a panic or anxiety attack. So most likely we'll get to that. I'll say that one for tomorrow. Why not? With that being said, I'll see y'all. Well, it's already a new day. For all people in California, I am going to make a post for anything I find that's a resource. Stay safe out there in California. And anybody dealing with some unexpected weather, stay safe and warm as well, and drive safely as well. And I will see y'all tomorrow for part 2. The main goal of reading Shelly's post is to get to know Shelly and her mindset, and where a lot of the stuff from Allie Carter, where she might have gotten a lot of stuff, the stuff that she teaches Allie Carter and says about Allie Carter. And once we actually, understand more about Shelly Carter, from there we can make a like, what do you think is going on here? Like, is it Munchausen syndrome? Is it Munchausen by proxy? Is it, some people say hero syndrome? Is it Stockholm syndrome? Is it, what do you think about this whole situation? Do you actually think that Allie Carter is actually brainwashed, or do you think that she's just going along with it and it's like a dynamic duo just trying to be in it on this together? Like, what are your whole thoughts after hearing and seeing a lot of things about, like, in the mind of Shelly Carter, her speaking? What do you think about Shelly Carter and her mother, and that she was a caregiver for her mother and grandmother who passed away within months of each other? What do you think about, everything that Shelly Carter is telling Allie Carter about her being some sort of MK program person and having these alter egos? It's all coming from Shelly Carter. But yeah, so anyways, tomorrow we will pick back up. Shout out to my mods. I got the best mods on YouTube. Tomorrow we will pick it back up on May. I think we're like May 22nd or May 26th. Wherever we are, we'll pick up there tomorrow to see where we're at. And then we'll also watch the last video of her like freaking out or having a panic attack or whatever. And then I'll also add in some polls. All right, y'all, have a great night. Bye.
Me, hoes be hating, niggas be loving how I move, how I groove. I ain't a stripper, but I move like one, twerk like one, do a split like one, like one. It's ladies' night. I'm out with my girls, looking good as fuck, turning head, spinning bread. He like what he see. He breaking his neck. He wanna spin his check on me, shaking my hips, glossing my lips, nice curls, Watch me do me. I got the making knees. I get low to the flow. It's twerk, twerk, twerk. Watch me speed it up, 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 and slow down, 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 down. Now I'm running it up like a dance hall queen, sipping on drinks, sliding to the flow, getting low, 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 to the flow, 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 flow. I got them making knees. They watching me. Hoes be hating, niggas be loving how I move, how I groove. I ain't a stripper, but I move like one, twerk like one, do a split like one, like one, like one, like one. Watch me do me. I got the making knees. I get low to the flow and twerk, twerk, twerk. Watch me speed it